ABOAGYE 100.9
KWASI Monkwe
Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Yes, mamunyina che. Nano penso say na tie. No areshim se radio drama bibia boko. Empo bibia nya boko si pape mo boni mo yem fast dan fama radio ti ano pe ya sorry. Enkwan wo hwe. Enye ne ebedi nye ne ebehye nya bibia di etibetu ntini ba be yini boni aya no pe asedan kwa. Ya no pe dwumadi Ghana montie a hwe ya amanyosem ho nkomoni eko neba o man Ghana mu. And pay Nebna Yatnasi, February, Bako. 21 days into the month of February. Good morning once again, and thank you very much for tuning in to Need 100.9. The friend KWASI ABOAGYE, and I'm Meteorological Chairman, TFC Abri Coping Base, and non do. No one away for this year, Baby Dink, my barber Henny, cost or my gun, and moo. Mohoye. I resume say, be able dear. I want him say. Akasma be yedunu na no nsia abo sima yedunu away ni mu ni ebe hwe ne se the one krata no and nebne sen and 70 the front pages of the newspapers will be checking that one. We'll also take you over to the internet ni akwakọ and same way you go on saying various news online and same one we kan on say dia no so e be brem and nebne. At 6 we'll join the news feed for the major news bulletin. No see boy no see akase bono ya de be bremo. Make out say we'll tea and can 100.9 we radio no so Samson abetimi tie no ahwe bi our Facebook. Yes. Meta Facebook. Nacha say no so no Neat FM 100.9. We're streaming also on YouTube despite media. Nacha say no we tie no ahwe bi. Yebedi kania ko internet and so various websites portals near the 7 go on saying main fast and from a PCFMonline.com other major online portals no see a dorma say papa 65% of students have been placed through CSSPS into SHS Education Ministry. The Ministry of Education has indicated that the computerized school selection and placement system CSSPS has so far posted over 69.24 or 24% of qualified students to various senior high schools across the country. Yes, Ministry of Education on the way they are to just say Quadano. I want to be seen so heno. Na so mutimi call SHS no. Make us say dear. Senior Shishan say will be a friend computerized school selection and placement system CSSPS no in Kodana so far yamo musku no kwako yem say ohanchi chembe ye aduoso de womo ensa kan wo schools one more yen you may be no more macaron, so meet me at your macaco to schools. We are not joking here. Answer my questions. Agboja rebukes KT Hammond. Yes, any agro had him say, when young Kodagu de Binia or had him say, no about Tutua Papa, so about yet to send a Tianma, a comedy. Honorable Kwame Agboja governs now, what can say, Honorable KT Hammond, and not Nina, yes, a man penny as software will you or more, not as a senior in Siceno, Marano Tiano, say a Timmy to Tuamano. Ubronikano, a vetting appointment committee no matransi as Omudio Mujuma na ora KT Hammond copy omenimuno na say Umbusana Semna as IBBano as the ya good yena ora Agboja Katense Masa Hanum nya grown ye do ha ye nya bere papa. North Town Chiefs call on Akufo-Addo to provide security for Ablakwa. Chiefs and people of the North Town District of the Volta region are calling on the President Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo to provide adequate security for their member of Parliament, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, prior to his appearance in court on Tuesday, February 21, 2023. NT Nananum Himfo one more North Town. And one more catcher Mampini say yes. One more Emrasha Bejani, one more this year, Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, say to me, Bambono, a mupi, Bambono, I say, it me Yirimu, a son said, walk court. And then, you. Bako and also Enra Veteran Appointment Committee Transnational Minority Chief Wiper queries KT Hammond over how he disbursed $900,000 proceeds from sale of GNPC drill ship. There's great concern for the minority leadership in Parliament that the Trade and Industry Ministry designate KT Hammond may not be passed by Parliament's Appointment Committee. I didn't hear. Was this any assembly corner his Appointment Committee and Yadia Wambedu Rak KT Hammond at home? Now, copy of no back where no superior no air drill ship. That's a me. Go back and few baby, you know, as I hear. Minority Chief with Pebusa, Raketi Hammond said, aha, sir, drill ship whom come in. Sikabi a buyer na GMPC a year $900,000. No, same pa na Sicano, a coy. And come on, Honum Siano pay. Sima Baye Dunum na no siabo. Back on so I non supie a warrior and Ra appointment committee. One more chance and I say I'm opposed to same-sex marriage in Ghana. Religious Affairs Minister designate. Enti Ora Samoa Stephen Asamoah Boateng Fachebe. Enra wano supie wo appointment committee no anim na opie hodom sei no na omu bisa ne nsem na musa say aha sisi ano kra na Ghana hanum sei no ababa say nchinwadwe bi a tese amanfo edasoa epre ye ma amanfo same sex we omntimi LGBTQI ne hu nsem no say o me nipa as ora Stephen Asamoah Boateng de mentete ni osuma mesom ne de mempene so mitia say bia oba ni oba be wade be ma ni obema be wade ni ne kaka hono de no de nya de a me pekora. Enra Saso ena ora Brian Champion on suko kupie hodom saying opie mpanifo anim ewo appointment committee Now, back when I was by, yeah, so West Wagon by election, I did not authorize security deployment. Brian Champon, and one also kind of saying, Nina is a former Minister of State at the National Security Ministry. Brian Champon has explicitly disassociated himself from the security operations associated with the Yaso West Wagon by elections. Brian Champon, who is currently the Minister designated for Food and Agriculture, was questioned about his involvement in the violence when he went before the Appointment Committee of Parliament for vetting on Monday. He said that he wasn't involved and shouldn't be held responsible for overseeing the brutalities while he was in office. Inti enkanin no no yeso afo ba no National Security Ministry hodom sia Brian Champon. Eno akopie ye mpenifo ni Appointment Committee tena na mechi mu no mu bizan say aha say ne baba tie nyaw aya so west wogon by elections nearby no basa nearby no say that time no yase na oma amanfo yi wo mu koye na che say bambofo yi wo mu koye bro amanfo ni ne kaka ho no sio debi nyemme Brian Champon nyemme na me ka say wo mu ko ho no msi wo mu koye bambofo mu ko ya so no nyemme na me de wo mu koye nti eno de minim ho hwe Pontius Pilate say my papa means that me who crave him. Minim hoshe. Nancy over here, Openo, Abba Papa. Meboa, say, wow, dear dancer, say, Openo, Nancy, say, Yadia, AJ cry, one fire, Ninabre. Na a meteorological agency for. So, current Hamatan condition may persist. Take precautions. That's Ghana Meteorological Agency for normal kind of saying. The dry Hamatan condition is likely to persist for some time and is expected to worsen this week. Now, the Ghana Meteorological Agency has said in a statement, the Ghana Meteorological Agency noted, quote, typically, the Hamatan season persists until late February or early March in most parts of the country, with variations in the intensity of the dry and dusty conditions within the season. However, the agency said meteorological satellites have detected that dust lifted around Chad, Sudan, and Niger have been transported into Ghana. And yes, enfutro pa a free Chad, Sudan, Niger. Just eba Ghana, neura Ghana, no any enfutro kitra. Meteorological agency for no moka. And tubeha or pay enfutro and sunemu papa. Edi fin kwa. Almost a bit too musa. February, I will mean, you be whosa or pay copimbe March, you rumor, and also be cockacra. And Tibomodia, so be born who buy. Now we see what to tunia me ye. Meteorological agency for 7 country. Can't you? The wash no won't ye. That's it. I'm fast like I say from a peacefmonline.com, other major online portals, and appear to my seat. Na Yemra, the one cratano. And Nebne send and 70 the front pages of the newspapers.
And some quote to call Bata, assume said don't change the Maja, assume Ghana Montie Jumedia so, a neat.
Yanshay, the one crater on a pay send and 70 and Nebne daily guide the Wokrata Daminim NPP and NDC fight over new ministers. Or say a year NPP ni NDC. Mashibi Jafonum DC Nina Yaswafwa, TC Mampini, a Yoma, and no daily guide the Wokrata no Ekanwasem. Daily guide the Wokrata Koya say you can't arrest Nairi. Mampurugu youth cry out. Kese mabuna yesi omo mampurugu na womo kase obi bie ni obetimi ache na yiri. Ai ohina wo honum se no womo se obie ni obetimi ache omo nti yesi mabunu no na womo kan say Daily Graphic the bokrata no air pollution alert, put on mask and restrict outdoor events. EPA and GMET caution public. SCCCA no ewie mu senia efi futru ene niamesi aye no se ye nyina ye sanhye mask ne bio. Ai na enema no a dodo na ye wo monten so no EPA, that's Environmental Protection Agency for, and Ghana Meteorological Agency for no mo ka che se yamomodi ani enhye mask na enema no so a bibiri na ye wo monten so no yente so isanse sisi ase ne ewie mu esi aye no efinko a futru aye no wan hwea ede yade ene wo how bibiri enenam. The Daily Statesman the bokrata no say abide by rules of engagement. NPP charges aspirant. NPP amanyuku en womo ebokoko womo ka kire NPP etitafo ni nyina se emra ene nhihye bia wom de egu akwan mu eba no ebia fine nansen primaries ni ne keka ka ho mo ba betu yutum says we tuma ne we na we di ama we na che obi a edwa eno no enya asem ketwa yebon krata no pay ene bene da sugusu kwabna enso mame na yem ni aka no onfanto aso mame kwabna enko
yo abusuafo overkwesini we do he so abusuafo mame famra
akọ Daily Graphic dadanti
so mame ejina na te bokrata ankwanim ha and what I said the education minister wonya de akura papai that de ni afi se wo bebo atuma no ya medofo adaada me afei akonta ana wo ka kire yen se wokobe mining yentumi stop wo mu atuma wo mu ye ne sanse atuma wo mu ye no wo kwampa so afei wo the pressure tumra se beje fie se wo mu pass the friend se non custodial law na womun fansa abrante atu anionyam ononyamfo Kati Hamon Raina Tampon Asabi Stephen Asamoah Boateng the Trust Appointment Committee anim honom na nya asam ketwa the three womu pa womu se earthquake bio asa heti ewotek na Daily Despatch the Democrat anim ha His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia womu taso ya the best flag bearer at the MPP for womu kwatu aba no womu koyini dia 8 no break ya simple afei mampeni nanado a kire se Ghana na bebi aye nam no na yesi yedie kwan so aye COVID-19 ana Russia and Ukraine to kwan ana beti yen kwa akire godu aye de kwaji wayire no Dr. Matthew Poku Prempetesi yeni die tire pa anya ade a yejeja ye ho Christian Atu ana womu trase yebu no ho akonta ewo bo ahodo a wo bo wo wiase ahodo nyina wo baaye no ode ho asem abade bokrata Daily Despatch anim na Daily Statement anim ha watrase watin no wasagefo amwati ofuripeni ena mrantie bi a womu tu anwea womu pane chelse na wadawruma ye bone chaye tambai na nanum ayemfo womu tase yasmo benyansafo yansuma na montenten MPP fo koto aba womu ntuma alan kojotre manten momfa mraso die nya atuma MPP amanyoko na etaje womu a eye campaign na se emu obi ankakasa enye emfantia no yonko the insight the Democrat anim ha watrase uturu damaya disia nyina falan kojotre mantela womu tase onim jam dudu nti okwa womu ebesoma no ode wasajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah asem bia dadaada esiye ode aba wase NDC amanyoko womu parliamentary epusu a womu eba abeye no 80% branch executives ewo asikumo odobembra kwa womu tase William Eduoduro ono ena womu emfa no nko na the new crusading guide anim ha ononyamfo KT Hammond ebra wo kopie committee nanim no watere se ade ba ko ebetumi apusi Ghana akọ anim eye industrialization MPP amanyo ko di date ba presidency and parliamentary primaries no ente mobeti wonum nka nanan mo ayemfo ni adesi a wada mai omu supporto Alan Kojo Tremantin Eko bank nkrabata ewo Kenya yesu omu abo Josephine Anan Ankuma ta ono no nkoye new MD occupy Ghana for etre se abai secret response bia efa public officers bill 2022 hono onkotin film ra sebe de fie na Ghanaian Times the Democrat enim ha watasa enra mamprugu overlord eni adesia wo honom emebunu no nyina toropte omu sasa niama akeka kan niama gu adan ya court so wo mu nkwati wo mu hene no na no na mebunu ne tesa hene ha na court no wono watikura mu ha wonim de akoso enti wo mu makwan da ama wo mu nti wo mu hene no entimentime ho ase akoso wo ho Dr. Kwabena se economy betumi agina ne na so a yansisa sa tim ye wo hoyi esanso wo mu nyaade ebra KT Hammond kopie mu ewa appointment committee nanim no debisa no dada debi ne dreship no ho asem oso wanyamfom so bia afei making emergency life saving skills training bi akoso ewo Kumasi EPF wa boy kokose yense no smas yo ewie mu nyakono they find that the Democrat ananim ha ononyamfo Alan Kojo Tremantin ananum ayemfo ni adese wada ma kire se wentie woyiwo mu ankasa wo mu dia MPP national chairman Stephen Ayensu intim and what as wo mu ya brother consultation and san na wo ma fix date ya wo mu de ba primaries no school placement no complaints ya aba deputy coordinator etrese verse 4,432 foreign trip chief of staff etrese omu makwan bio obi antu kwan rough to study opebia sa directive one some time ago omu de bae no omu sign asemu kena na the chronicle de Democrat ananim ha ana wote minority fo kukudam mfoni abetoa omu srama mpeni say the ministers no wanti free 86 na one family 65 area yebekwa peace 104.3 FM so wasi atenase ena ye benada ensem bebrewa
Abo nonsia Peace 104.3 FM Suni Ghana de Shimaima memamu nyina chi enano pay ebran sunsi de nonsia kasiebo no esomo kasiebo yi esign okay 101.7 FM so NIT 100.9 sanso na wo Kumasi ye hello 101.5 radio stations ahodo wo Ghana hane ama ahodo so bebro ha ena efa ye kasiebo yi wobetimi ahwe ye live on Facebook live ye Peace 104.3 FM Facebook live ye Peace 104.3 FM YouTube despite media na ensema mede somo no pa dedi makotene bi ene se Otemuafo panyina wo Ghana meche Chief Justice His Lordship Justice Akwasi Enini Yeboa wodi ato Ghana fo anim se enema papa anyame de adom ye ene ye japade ene yehu de fa ne culture of maintenance na ye ma ho ban na daachi nchirema nso emenya ho mfaso Oswanfo dada emre bi atwa mu no ohwa hode ne so former minister for energy IMPP amonyuko so di mutintiman ono aboboache agya kwa wo prese frankatufo adwa obenya bie no wakasa akire mu se debt exchange program ide ye adwuma no entimi nti oman ne kaso emedru ohanchemu aduonunum eye 55%. Environmental Protection Agency for nso abamane se mframa ye home no enya mframa papa e wonsunsun so boni bia ebeba ye so ensempi ka we no ho na mede so mo sekase ebo wo Peace 104.3 FM so na enyumeku a ebo mechidom amanadimu eye Siwzi Herbal Center for women de sibimen capsules abedwa so a bema bi a wodwo nso a wote ya we de kathika ahya obema mu no se wonnom sibimen capsules so a ebeye wo ho adwuma nkasa sisi yare bra wo bre sibimen capsules eye waduro emanso eye sibi women capsules were featured chrome bosome so na obi ate wonka etore bi asede ne mesi ba ne ensisi so nanso se wonya sibi women capsules na che se wadi wasama ma wo na sibi soap de pedicure em ye nase ya akono eda onase no ho na eda bedsheet so anase mpa so na ayefe ana wo hye sandals bi slippers bi na wo de kwa yie ana wo de kwa asore a ye ni bo nase se onase na akono sei eye sibi soap na wo de pedicure eno nti saloons ahodo nyinara eno wo magye atomum dependable herbal home ye ne de adum co plus capsules ene ne mesha ba koko yare de etimi no ankasa de koko aye woni padua biara se wonya adum co plus capsules and mesha ne pe na kire se bedi wakagina mu na aboa na adum pi away mesha and capsules no de waposo tutu wutumi sore no pa asa anadwo no boxing bi a wo boye ene ayi bi na wrestling bi na wo wrestle anadwo no na nyasem keto e chen Jacob ne nyankopon wrestling ni bi enti se wonya adum pi away mesha ene capsules no a na kire se wo joint pains ene wo back pains ene waist pains ene wona metutu nyina no na etu ase adum malakio malaria ena etimi no ankasa se nro we nyina eye dependable herbal home for na dia besom ye se wo pedudu otu no afre 024 222 3555 024 222 3555 JA Binding Company Limited for the binding stain remover and a new binding 20 disinfectant abefie amefie ayakono it is stubborn stains ahodo what is akwada na so den no say unya sa binding stain remover now the year juma ebeboa wankasa ama akotobibre no a esi wor WC water closet no a akotobibre abemu green no ebeyi ni nyina afuru ha memo ye fita wo sink no a wutina mu na wudware ye no no nso ase emu awe na ache no eno nso binding stain remover ebe ye ho adwuma ansa na wo kitchen no nso ba bia uhuru nkukuom ni ade no nso binding stain remover ebe ma eho atenwan na eduru fom ho na apese mo nketenketen bacteria ne ade wutu ase germs ne de kanka ho mo so o maso odin no a eno de wude eye binding 20 disinfectant no e de ye adwuma pe na chese be kill germs ni nyinara na e hwam nso etu obi ewura wo ho o bedroom anase wo kitchen ana wo se o bathroom ana e ho no aye hwehwehwam se wo pedudu to Malcolm China Mall Shoprite game ene bi yamya bebre ebi wo ho ma 11 so obenya bi anase obetimi afre 024 3104883 024 310-4883 and 0541-808096 0541-808096 this way chocolate drink enjoy your breakfast you be enjoy ya na say this way chocolate drink nankasa Ghana cocoa papa bi ne dia ya sa wono mo a ema eniema edimo ye frame ya kosua go aboagye betimi ya frame ya kosua nhira me na mede anopa kase boyi esomo na ye tonso a Chief Justice Otemuafo Panyini and wo Ghana ne din his lordship Justice Akwasi Enin Yeboa wo de afutu ama Ghana for se efre bibi culture of maintenance na se ye wo su ene ban bi asa wo de ade ma yen a ye hwaso yi ye nsen no sa culture of maintenance ne ye hia bi na Ghana ejapade eni yankase ejapade ankrankra de enwuma hodo de kyeye no yetimi aboho ban na eka bebrebe esoate na ade no nso ache na nchirima nso enya ho mfaso wo de sansemi tudwa ebra circuit court wo masi ewo ebuakwa apema hasa ewo achuma wa biaja municipality wa Ashanti region no wo koye ekoda na die na his lordship eni ne yeboa echiremu se aban ehwese court ahodo bebrebe biebie no mbegina omo na so aye adwuma na no achi no judicial service no efa nipa bebre adwuma wo mo gina omo na so no mo ye omo adwuma yi a ede mfasodie bebre ebeba.
The provision of court houses and accommodation for judges and magistrates is the responsibility of MMDAs. I urge not only the Assembly but also to our staff who will be working in this facility to ensure the highest maintenance culture for both the facility and the equipment therein. The radar should continually be on this facility and its operations so that the right thing is done at all times to prevent any financial loss to the state. We must work collectively to ensure that the people are guaranteed unfettered access to justice.
We his lordship Enini Yabua, Justice Akwasi Enini Yabua, we Chief Justice Emma Omai Ghana. Now wakasa we an honorable Mike Amwa Ewuku, where MC Ewachima will be a municipal assembly, Wanunso Ebo MPP Abino Abaso, any Chief Justice, his lordship Justice Akwasi Enini Yabua, Ewa Modimbo, Womo Bonwochi Muse, Achima will be a municipality in Fasodia Womanya, Efisa in Yuma Pemuna Edosopa, Webetimi Abua Dudwa Memua Ekoswono, was Sandia said the PSC Emma Nana Japan mensa apreku a woyɛ ebuakwa apema hasa wɔno ɛna ye wɔn hene wɔse asase kɛseɛ pa wɔ dani mu ɛde ma wɔn a wɔn de esi sa circuit court no na ɛno nso ɛyɛ ade papa na wɔn wieye ɛna ebuakwa apema hasa hene na Japan mensa apreku de asedama MPP aban ɛwɔ mpuntudwuma a wɔn yɛ a ebi aso wɔn ɛso
so if you are now why the chance so associate a team ya mobile mine so Mr. Tensa Kawaya to see a choir de Bahano so fact the MC Wakers in the Rega will be Wakarina.
We eye ebuakwa apema hasa hene na Japan mensa apreku na dia seda ema MPP aban ewo circuit court o maba besie ewo hɔ a betimi asom adehye na asom atemodwumadi ama niema etumpon amane boyi na kwasi kyerɛ Hello FM ena ede ebesom yei ye toaso biem ne yakoye nimu a ono abobuachi agiako emre bi atwemu na woyo so afo hwa hodeni so former minister of energy wasanso ye founding member ema MPP amanyeko no sabre wo prese obetimi enya presidential primaries ebekoso no obetimi aba beginam edi ama MPP aban was debt exchange program nhehye ye aban ede baaye no aban kan entimi so entimi nte emedu ohanchemu aduonum eye 55% emfie numa eda yanim no na ewom se aban the debt exchange program ne ban se wo baba beye se be ya old bonds ahodo no dodo na be free ho na de yentimi fa ni dwane be ye free na foforo beba na aban ede be ye adwuma na enso se aban no ade ba kwa wontimi enye ne se wo hwe de fa ne expenditure sika dodo aban edie no a aban entimi nte so enna ne kanatimi aba beduru ohanchemu aduonum eye 55% no se de aban esi epe no no enna wo mo nso so a eye debt exchange program no yede wo mo hyemu no dodo no a wo de wo mo hyehyeye ebaaye no nso so no IMF fofo ne wo mo pe no wan hye no nye no ene wo mo benya eti ebra ono aboboachi agiako ene na yaw kese ekasa wo the platform dwumadie so no wo de to abayanim se ye fra bibi debt cancellation a no ne se eka wo de no yetimi twam ma wo eti wo ne Paris club fo no enkasa ena international monetary fund fo no wankasa na wo mo ye saade no ho adwuma ebetimi aboa ama eka mene aban no eswate
obia obeka kire wo se there is an easy way out no na nipa kro no wadi tro na kire the other matter is that uye na unye look debt exchange it is not going to bring us to the 55% debt threshold here in 5 years and yentimi nkati expenditure no achieve debt of 55% media SMC was here called the next step and normally the next step is to seek debt cancellation ebinum wa no muntwetwam SMC ye wie IMF agreement no quickly ye ko Paris Club na ye ne Paris Club fo ko kase look ya preso bia enti yesre loans bia edokro ye no mutwa mu mayen a enke ko mu behin haye
na oban bewie no eno se honorable Kenoforia Tawo ye finance minister sabre wono de wontimi emu naten eye mampanyini asede ne nasodie
the metimi akan say me manu yi kama me metwem ho afri obi atimi making a decision but more importantly osum president and a president to say ne som no de wo som pa na ni gi som a osum no na me say ne hwan ene makoka say konfo osiko it is not for me to make a judgment on the finance minister nipa or appointed no osum no he has already made a judgment. And also he's very happy with the performance of the minister. We move on. A train Ghana 4 will be called to also weigh in on their decision. But for me, so long as the president says he's happy with the service, I'll leave it alone.
We honorable Boachi Ejakon our press obetu franka ama MPP amanyoko na mrebi etwem nso no yoso afo hwa hodeni so eye former minister for energy wono na wona na ya kase etwetwe nkoma Prince Bafo Asamoah etintim ede abesom yeyi. The Environmental Protection Agency EPA omusho obo ade bobrem hye se wiem bibia koye baabi mpa ede niema AC ye de si ho baabi a wosi filling station nyuma bebre wo mo na hwe eye ho adwuma mo adwuma na ewai ebai etrepa wo makasa kire mu se Emfuturo pa e wo Ghana ha wo manfo enhome no enya asem ketwa emframa boni a ye home gu yemu ena mfuturo pa e fra nwem a e bofa ye so pa no edoso wose hamatan no epebre ne yeda so ginam eti Ghana meteorofo wo mo de betudwa a wo manya satellite images bi e chesampa wudu Sahara regions wa wo mayeti fifem ho no emfuturo ne mframa boni a e bofa ho a wo manfo na mukrom a wo mu nyina wo mo home gu wo mu no ebenya nsunsanso boni e wo yempomdi mu eti wo mayen sentrofo nhyiamu am executive director the Environmental Protection Agency Dr. Henry Kwabena Kokofu woni sentrofo akasa de afa ho se Ghana fo nya hweyie wo mu dwuma wo mu die ties ahodo edi ejatomu no ebenya nsunsanso wo yempomdi mu ena nose and face mask no so kra ebetimi ahye bi sabrei ezesem futu boni bi nam ho a na wo hye mask ni bia na abon ho ban se de be yamframa a wo home no ebetimi afilter na ebetimi asone so ansa na wa home
na no be na ochi ebe iwiem ayekumo ade ayam sisi abetu nipa ne bebre so the Environmental Protection Agency Abraham Rama Yepan say ye ne anuanom nyuma ahodo aka nkamom na ye hwe obade obobre won sise kwan pa de faso bi ya na so the two one among tumbehwe a nia ye hu won a wo mu ahoden pa ne GMFo mama ati asese eye obade obobre mu sise mu no bia rebidura ne so opesi pesi a wiemu ye dudududu kakra na afi hunhuna de kwa chiripi amframa no mu ayedu se de hu no da futuro no bi na atwi afa ye hanom a ye huni
Futueni akwanche Dr. Henry Kwabena Kokofu and we executive director ma the Environmental Protection Agency EPA ne kasa we na deputy director de ma Institutional Care Division e Ghana Health Service Dr. Mary Eira Machinyo won so kasa de to nsentrofo anim say said ye wada ne city emframa bone na ebo no e won sunsanso panti yenya hweyi
Ghana ha no ye wo equipments a ye dia to Accra, different places. Etimi detective say ewiemu say kakra etimi detective, and idea a measure na friend no air quality. And near who was our machines we monitor say from 17th no air quality no I say kakra. And idea we train say your health or increased risk. Near TN says, I am who may not say, sir, and from money koi mua, a call baby a friend lungs na. Ayana etime kosi yare bebre or your lungs mo. Nya yare from exposure to this kind of bad quality air in this last day.
Deputy Director of Institutional Care Division wa Ghana Health Service, Dr. Mary Eira Machinyo wono ena ekasa ya ye dia maneboyi asomo no. Ghana Institute of Surveyors, wamachirem se oman Ghana yefre bibi comprehensive map base. I know etimi boa oman no ema yensase baby edi ne mesie baby asase yesi tototo no ensemfo ahodo anase niema ne data ahodo a wo be kuchire edi agu ho no ebetimi edi mu no ye ni bi na ebra ye bie saa modern map no eye 1974 afi apema hanko no edioson na ye bie no ye nya bi da. It is comprehensive data no ensemfo no ya chechere ya kuchire ni nyina egu baabi. It is hope say we bibia eno ane se wo miaso no wanya ye process data na ma wontentem kra baabi ade asase kosie dwumadie bi a wo kwakodie ade bi a wo ye ni hyehye ni nyinara wo benya saa data ni nyina bi no de ye ho adwuma no ya afi apem hankoro adioson enan a ebesi na ne yenya bi. Eti bra ensentrofo nhyiemu ekoso no omoda 18 Surveyors Week and a 54th Annual General Meeting. Womoda na die no kasa edefa ho. Womo asentre nyina ne say transforming land administration in Ghana, the role of the surveying professional. Enti o my Ghana ha yensa ase no ho ntoto ya ye toto no. Surveyors fo no womo asade ewomu no and na womo eda na die. Vice President Edema Ghana Institute of Surveyors, Dr. Anthony Ako Eji ebra wo kasa and na wo chim se sajo data na no fansa ase ho nsem kochire ene nsemfoa ene niema efa ho nyina no se wonya ne pepe pa ene etimi buama de wo ye bia etimi koso wano
74 it is a 74 na we map see as a map no ene yusu a enye ye biem ye pese ye ne bank for edi nkita ho se bi obi kota asase na ope mortgage bank ni behia asase ho entotoye enema saa nneɛma no ni hɔ nti ɔtwe aban na adwene si so sɛ yes institutions no ɔmo afam deɛ ɔmo yɛ saa nneɛma no nso so sika fam no n'asefoɔ no ehia sɛ aban no ɛboa sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a saa nneɛma no nyinaa bɛtumi akɔ na yɛn as institutions so deɛ yɛboa aban no sɛ apart from sɛ yɛma nipa bebree hu deɛ ɛkɔ so no yɛn nso so ɛba sɛ yɛtreni nipa ama ɔmo aboa sɛnea aban no bɛtoto ne nneɛma a yɛbɛtumi aboa.
Dr. Antonia Kwagye to asubiem se enema omudi gu akwan mu se de bɛyɛ a enipa bɔnefo bi awurawura mu dwumadie mu wɔn bɛyi wɔn ato ase akonya no sei ɛna wɔn ayɛ no.
Yɛ fɛ bibi survey cancer bill ɛyɛ mmara a yɛhyehyɛ ato hɔ na yɛde broni cancer yɛ regulatory practice of surveying obi a ɔbɛ yɛ sɛ ɔyɛ surveyor biara no kwan bɛn na yɛ sɛ ɔfa so sɛ wamfa saa kwan so a mmara bɛn na yɛbɛtumi de akyekyere wo saa bill wei yɛde akyire long time akyɛ more than 10 years akyɛ na deɛ mɛtumi aka ne sisiya ne sɛ sisiya no yɛne aban ahyehyɛ ama sisiya baabi a bill no wɔ no aduru attorney general's office a ɔmo yɛ wɔ ho nti yɛgye di sɛ saa bill no yɛ passing into law a ebetumi aboa ama yɛn sa asesɛ no so.
Dr. Anthony Akwagye ena yete ne kase bo wutie free peace 104.3 FM so me home so me ba yede dia ka nyina ebeto so.
Peace FM. So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a ede na sese woye na se woyam so atim so
wo be pack na farmer Martin Sliver salt tira kwan entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin Sliver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin Sliver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi nanu na ho ntowo a ko hu doctor
Amanfo, the Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwoho, Brandsbane, Media, Samsung, Kaiwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Ko Freddy's Corner Home Appliances ukokumemle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need ho. Ewo detector, clear pictures. Wi-Fi connector. Utimi connector ma phone. Na wa monitor baby a wo wiase bia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances abeka Freddy's Corner edwosu ahodo a oton phones ene ehun accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 ana 0207937323 ana so brakokomemle city light in Chehwa. Na ye can discount ene achedia obetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Amen.
Yenim samu busasa ni je yase ne sei.
Asia ne se wo de ami na gyansa ne ani awo herbal ayaresam bio na nkunimdie adasidie na asia ani abasobode nko a. Apomdim ho ahotɔ a wo de abra manfo efiri yenti so ekosi ya na asia. Ehina yade sha ami hu ensaw yade. Wo de ne nro ne abɛfo efidie echi yade no kunu one time.
Amin e de herbal akɔ modern was signed in naturopathy and homeopathy kwan ekun ye nyarewa.
Say sukuu fofiri amanone besua ekwane a yade herbal say yade ewo Amin.
When you enti ena ye de anigye frɛ from say sɛ we pa wo yare bi hyehyɛ wo ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame adom a ayaresa beba
Amen the free screen na hyehyɛ so sabre yo etifa ho gym na wo hwɛ free
Amin wodome wo be old snake flat
ultra modern branch wa Klagon Tama Road
free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254 Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Na yentu fanso okore ne yenkopie Turkey. Yenim se Turkey asase woso a esiye enipa o mahwere wo nkwa. Ebro empem aduanan enum more than 45,000 people. Ena Turkey ni Syria asase woso nipa wo mafiri mu a. Dodo na so egu MONTIE omunya baabi o ma ye homeless. Wo munya baabi mfa wo mutiri ento. Yete hwa yegusu a yekura yenwie ye a ye gine Turkey ho. Ya ye Christian atwukura ka ho a wafiri mu a ye wora ho ye ho no. Yete ya ne se asase wuso fufuro bi nso asase biem e wo teki hwa na we de esi ye ne nipa miensa ene fa mu ehye wo mo nkwa na no ohye ne nso na no nye hye kese pa te se de esi February 6 no na mpanifo achem se teki any Syria nipa wo mawo tens of thousands of people ene nipa bebre nso so a wo munya ba bi emfo mu tinto no edoso ankasa na we ama mpanifo a wo mo hye ne se wo mo be wo mafamu de biara said a beya, one come on a rescuers in the Omuguswa, at to Rencham Bremo, Boafon Gusua, Womojuma. Say, one beshe, Yinipa baby also on my free ho. There's a wash, and wash it. Eti ama akwakoya reho samoa foforo asansi asase wo so kakrasi we de na no nya hyekese na nso nipa miensa de wo mafemu ahyere wo nkwa kase bono wasi na ensema ye de bremo no de di makotini bi ene se Chief Justice Wakasa Edia Futuo Amagana, his Lordship Justice Akwasi ni wasi de friend culture of maintenance. Awunya ade a wo hyesu ye na che amanchirima enya ho mfaso na sansu ne ban no ye hia bi ewo oman ne mo. Ono aboboache jako a wo presi obenya Frankatufu Jama NPP amonyuko achirim said Dutch exchange program na mfa ho no mo de wo ho aba behye mu aban timi num pempenso bi e ka wode no ebeba bedru ohanchemu aduonu no manase 55% emfie num a eda yanemu no Environmental Protection Agency EPA4 wo masese mframa ye home no hamatan no edaso wo ho a epebre no enamu eti yenya hwe ye beya nose and face mask no eya no wahye bi se beya ebetimi afilter betimi asone mframa na wo home no so na enye nsunsuanso boni biara anto so enyumaku ebo mechi do ma me de kasebo so manopai Siuzi Herbal Center wo me de sibi men capsules abadwa so asa wonum bi etimi boa wo ama bema edikatika ahye obema anase bema wodwunso a wote ya wo no bema sisi yare wo bre no sibi men capsules ebe ye ho adwuma na sibi women capsules no de medru wo fichiri krom na siesio na ye wo fine sibi soap de wo de be ye pedicure ama onase aya akono se wo ko pharmacy herbal ene miamia ye to no a wo benya bi wobetimi afa Siuzi Herbal Center and was 024 7111671 024-711-1671 and 024-657-8750 024-657-8750 Dependable Herbal Home near Yet the Adum Co Plus capsules and a meshaba. It is a cocoa. I told a bicra the enchi na moje frimu bana wo bre. Se wonum Adum Co Plus capsules and meshta sa bleeding pulse ni nyina e beto ase ama ho ato. Adum P away mesha and capsules in the waposo to obi a wo so de bia na honam ye wo ya pese wo ye adwuma pa. Esude bia wabatwe na wabasa na wabeti na wanantu ba bia tutu. It is a wonya Adum P away mesha and capsules no a. Na sa pains bebrebe a afa oni pedua no mumu asa wo de Jubia no wrestling ena we ye ansa na ade ache no Adum P away mixture and capsules no edi wasema ma Adum Malakio eno de ebeboa wankasa ama malaria eto asesa wo pedudu eto no afre Dependable Herbal Home e was 024222355 024222355 so obo 024 no obo 2 mako miensa now the 3 ashem finfi now the 5 miensa so aka ho e simple JA Bangini Company Limited ye ne de Bangini stain remover and a new Bangini 20 disinfectant aba na wonya Bangini stain remover no ana eche sampa akoto bibre no a water closet na ba mu na emu asene no ebe yin nyina efri ho sink na wudware mu no ene de wodi adwuma e wo kitchen no eno so Bangini stain remover ebe yin nyina na ye fita as WC no wato no foforo water closet mu be ya kono se eti water closet de yi mu fi pa ema mu ya kono no eye Bangini stain remover ene ba bia fi wo ene ade ase awe na ache no na awawa ni nyina free ho new Bangini 20 disinfectant ne de terrazzo ne floor no a ene wotase no eto eso aye fi ebi so asene na no wodi asiesie ne kama na de beye no bema wo fom ho no bacteria ne germs ne ade ahyease na wodi wo ho ato wankasa na ma eho nso aye sham eti raw kitchen na wa aye sham enye se fom ho no na asa aye titiriti asa bibi ete wonan se wunya Bangini new Bangini 20 disinfectant no a na eno nso abomu amao se wo pedudu otu no wa 054 180 8096 054-180-8096 and 024-310-4883 024-310-4883 This way chocolate drink Ghana cocoa papa bi ene ye dia ye anopa bia se wo pre breakfast dia breakfast eno a this way so wo break fast no a this way chocolate drink. Ghana cocoa papa bi ene de creamy. De wuhia nso hye nso de nso wo de wono ebe ye. Sa wo pe bank bi ni na ye adwuma. Best point savings saloons. Ho na wo de usika to a. Ye fa na gya usika de yi ankasa. Obi a ne usika. Wo pe bosia wo benya wo salary fafa ho na best point savings saloons ebetumi asomo. Wo mobile banking na wo de adwuma no star 277 hash no wabo. Star 277 hash no wabo best point savings saloons na bibia ebekoye. Ye kwa ba ye bad.
At the rock of Fiaman Homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. Wo den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu nso hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka se batete. E da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba ware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwe se adwede nkrato mo agya to se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE. Ghana MONTIE.
Odisampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tamunsa Amaya se Kasia Waje
Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadine Kamadine bo
Nitafe
Mumayentie Kasia Waje 100.9
Kwesi Monkwe.
Under what provisions of the law did you arm and deploy the law enforcement duties of law violation?
Mr. Chairman, categorical statements are being made without facts or basis. There's nothing like that. I did not do any such thing. I did not do any such thing.
Can you convince me to trust you as a Minister of State, considering what happened at Labaoleshi?
But I told you are my friend.
It doesn't matter.
And today you don't trust me?
I'm asking a question.
Today you don't trust me?
No, I'm asking a question that, can you convince me?
You should be testifying on my credibility.
No, it's not about credibility. I said convince me. We are here for the people of Ghana. Okay, so we have to ask the questions that are needed. And I'm asking the questions.
I have to. Please, your mic's off.
rejection or otherwise of a nominee is constitutional. A general secretary of a political party cannot sit in his party office and issue a press statement for purpose of political expediency, direct members of parliament to reject the nominees of the president. It's a sign of disrespect to parliament, a sign of disrespect to the speaker, and clearly what the NDC is telling Ghanaians is that they don't respect the constitution, and that the new leadership they just announced is not a type of leadership with ability to respect the constitution, that they have no thinking caps. They themselves would be acting on the dictates of the party headquarters. Well, history is observing what they are doing. Posterity will make reference to their conduct, and we think that clearly they are trying to obstruct due process and obstruct the work of this government. If you believe that government should downsize, there's a way to go about it. You don't stampede the government. We have vacancy at the Ministry of Agric. Is the NDC saying that Agric Ministry is not important? We have vacancy at the Ministry of Trade. Are they saying that that is not important? And chieftaincy. The government has its own priorities, and the government determines its direction because it has the mandate of the people. You may have your views respected. It is expected in a democracy that we should have disagreement, but you don't use such disagreement to stampede the government. So I don't know why they've come to sit here. When you have a prejudiced mind, what are you coming to do? To ask questions to embarrass them, then go ahead and say that we have failed you. Is that what they are here to do? Well, I'm disappointed in the NDC, and if they really want to portray themselves as a party ready to take the reins of government, then they should behave well.
It was decided that a commission to be put in place to investigate all these corruption allegations and all of that and all of that. Speaker, from nowhere, a decision was made that a single transaction which went back 12 years, which was the sale of so not entirely the sale, but the transaction in respect of the trade ship, be added to that the commission's deliberations. I was invited to attend when the what we call the Apple committee, Mr. Speaker, was put in place. I attended. My brother Dabuche was there. My then minister at the time who was involved with this was also there, Kandapa. But I was at the center of it, so it was fair that questions were put at me. Now, Mr. Chairman, I put it to everybody here. When is it that anybody in recorded history heard that a deputy minister of 3 months at post sells a state asset like a ship? 3 months. We went to the ministry, I think about April or so. This thing took place about June, July. 3 months. Cabinet met. What had happened was that the GMPC that I talked about, Mr. Speaker, had been run aground. It's going to be lengthy. I want to explain it so the whole country understands. Mr. Speaker, somehow a decision had been consciously made by the GMPC outfit at the time that they were going to involve in what they call hedging. For all those around who know about the commercial transactions and whatever, Mr. Speaker, hedging is a kind of
Enti eja mpacho wo how ne sen wa ha.
Oh, me how ni say results ni by that last 2 weeks Thursday no. Na me call post office. Na me call check results. No me check here no print out no by no me ban grade 15. Fine. Yeah, can say a replacement. Replacement in by replacement by that was Wednesday. Yeah, check replacement by in your school. On your school say I'm in TS, mami answer and check it when we check here now. Grade Abana, I'm grade 31. I mean, I'm kita 2 copies of the slip. One grade 15. Yeah, first subjects now and with the other win count and the best subject 15. 15 by I'm 31. 31 say man school. It means yes here. Anything na mama baha anopaya. Me baba head ni o me catch me. Omo can henchre me. Omo can henchre. But if this thing will happen now, then we should go back to the old system. Sen kwa no trust school, omo throw bees ni we and go back to the schools. Na yen koji results no school ho. Because sitting na sa na 1997 batch. Sa na ti anko enko school na koji because so we be call net so say be na Ghana Education Service any strong code I the hack on system then this technology can is useless. It's useless because say na what there obi ba betina say ahomachi aso ade sa anya good results na you bet to results ama other people there in fact try
Yes, the results no nya 39 35 in the school nya English school no nya ba kumpo and that be in the school nya 39 we nya the first choice and no say me ba because me ba no nya school anything ya ba han me say ba be sesa say fe say na ya beduru han me say since me ba no o say omon bi ehwe since I'm about the results by I'm happy that because on the side I'm so Troy into anyone the study teacher called yesterday discuss it results no nya on tell some the body nya results wait your friend is saying never my confused cry the first choice no to sue a big girls the second choice was to sue fancy mine and I agree onya mu ba kumpo 35
School BM, Yami choose ye ni amfami and share BM, and untina me ba ha say no. Me 34, but mami school bia. But other guy be were a class at oyi 35, onyani first choice A school. And I obisunya 40, onyani second choice. But me share me dear no. We me nya e was say me nya no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planting for Food and Jobs is a solid program that was conceptualized and implemented by this government. Rankin, you realize that on maize, we had, in 2016, our yield was about 1.6 metric tons per hectare. Today, the yield is around 4 metric tons. For rice, we're producing around 2.7 metric tons. Today, we are about 4.5 metric tons. And for soya bean, we're about 2.7. Today, we're about 4. This is some of the, I can go on and on and on, but these are some of the things that the Planting for Food and Jobs have done. They have improved the yields such that the sector growth rate in 2016, which was hovering around 2.7%, today is averaging about 6%. So if you look at all the metrics under the Planting for Food and Jobs and all the grains, except for rice, we have been achieving surpluses from 2016 to date. Of course, there are factors that are, the follow-up will be if we are having surpluses, what accounts for the inflation, we'll get there. But in terms of contributing to ensure that there is food available, the Planting for Food and Job has been relatively successful. And I want to go and continue by supporting the various modules under the Planting for Food and Jobs, if given the opportunity, to ensure that it achieves its full objective. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planting for Food. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was surprised myself when I found out that a buffer stock is struggling to the extent that they had the opportunity to feed the free SHS program. They have supplied quite a lot, but they are not getting payments on time. So beyond their initial seed capital, they are struggling in other areas. This is something that I will push to reverse immediately, that I get in. I know that these are hard times, but I will advocate strongly that as part of our national security, we need to ensure that buffer stock is positioned to deliver us when we get there. So, Ranking, be assured, we're going to work with you to ensure that buffer stock is resourced to do what it's supposed to do. Thank you.
And some of quote to call bata, assume said don't turn to my jar, assume Ghana Montier Jumadia so, a neat
Ghana Montier, Ghana Montier, Ghana Montier, Ghana Montier,
all the Sampa Cassia Bo, Coaca Tawansa.
onye yimu nukretrodo kamagene bo nitafe mayentie kwasi abwaji 100.9
kwesi monkwe
Needs 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Suno Asuegwe. So a brasso say Yademo Beche and Semno Chigo. I'm sure say yes. Some of the sound bites are no pay ya de abremo and any be teach you do na fi a year and rap 13 appointment committee for one more tna say been for to aswa for mampini a power mo na one more to man no and no be yabobo bia de amamo. We still have some more we'll share with you. Yako enima no pay Jumedi no so. Needs 100.9 Ghana Montie and Opejumedi. So make out say you stream on live. You stream live on Facebook about me. I share be Neat FM 100.9 Samsung YouTube despite media about me na wa share be anope. So yan fast like say from peacefmonline.com other major online portals you normal say na yan share common say and bebo ni nyina e dia bom you back in kind no averting no stories na make headlines no. Can kind of boom na fi other stories and so yeah they are brum. So let's start off with this one. It says we are not joking here. Answer my questions. Agboja reviews KT Hammond. Minority Chief Whip Kwame governs Agboja as Slum Trade and Industry Minister designate KT Hammond, asking him to treat questions asked him by members of the appointment committee seriously and stop trivializing issues. Mr. Agboja rebuked the Adansia Square MP when the latter appeared before the committee on Monday, February 20, 2023.
Abusiafo adie etegu ye adie wafakwesi abuboso ye ya na baabi a waduru sisi yi aye ebra appointment committee tenase na nipa ya bo wonum din se yade dibira se wonum sasa asoafo womu nkwame yantutu omu ano se womu sefata ansa ne ade womu atum na nipa no woka na semi ayo no nyamfo KT Hammond onni aboni din se onkose etadie ni mfididuma so aye trade and industry na bra okoduru ho no na minority team rape a the friend of Kwame governs Agbaja ebisa no questions and to obisa questions ya pe na KT Hammond ordinary na oba ho en wo se asam no a mebisa ho no misi ya no o ka se ye toki wa ha no ho o ka se ye di agro wa ha asam no a mebisa ho no na misi ya no na dai baby a wo de wada no enti waribuki no waribuki asokwa adansi asokwa mra sebeteni ononyamfo KT Hammond wa bra okopie committee nanim no we de o kan nanim.
Minority Chief Whip queries KT Hammond over how he disbursed $900,000 proceeds from sale of GNPC drill ship. There is a grave concern from the minority leadership in Parliament that the Trade and Industry Ministry designate KT Hammond may not be passed by Parliament's appointment committee. Both the majority leader Oseche Mensah and his deputy Alex Afenyomark on Monday sounded the alarm and attempted to get Parliament's appointment committee resolve what they believe to be a key constitutional matter. The controversy revolves around KT Hammond's involvement in the controversial sale of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation GNPC drill ship as Deputy Energy Minister under the erstwhile Kufuor administration. Commissioner for Inquiry had questioned how Mr. Hammond disbursed some $900,000 after he sold the drill ship.
Abusiafo yadasua tina ononyamfo KT Hammond so ebra wo kopie mu wo committee no anim no asamba ko ana ebuboba ya leadership a ewamra sebedafie nyina no ayo mu datune kakra nti onyonyamfo KTM on say ansa baya den pa se wo mu bɛgye no atom na majority leader onyonyamfo se temensa bonsu ɛna na bɛdi etire Alexander Fenyomakin ɛna tuadan wo mu ɛhyɛn aban bi sɛ wohyɛ wɔno deɛ no a unless sɛ constitutional matters bi wɔ hɔ bibia ɛfa yɛ constitution no ho no omo resolve ansa anya saa paade a wɔno KTM no ne yɛbɛgye no atom no bɛyɛ den kakra na senti a wɔka saa ne sɛ some time ago omo so wɔkɔtɔɔ ship bi na wɔkɔtɔɔ ship no baayɛ saa ship no ɛyɛ Ghana National Petroleum Corporation PNPC for ship wa here ɛyɛ 3 ship that time no ɛyɛ deputy energy minister ɛwɔ Papa Kofu Abreso ɛna wɔkɔtɔɔ yɛ na wɔkɔtɔɔ yɛ no sika a wɔgye yɛ ɛyɛ $900,000 na $900,000 no ɛkwan wɔfa so kyɛ sika no na nhyɛ da nyɛ ɛkwan a etia yɛ mmra no nti meaning ɛbɛyɛ den ama no kakra sɛ wɔbɛtumi afam ɛbɛyɛ den
ebi krenti wɔ nwum bi minim so ati da ɔgba du baby ɔsi nipa be so chair 7,000 nipa ko enye bi
ɛna okana ne champions nipa miɛnsa akɔkya adeɛ miɛnsa ho anya bi nim so wɔn so wɔkɔtɔn baayɛ no $900,000 no ɛkwan yɛ wɔfa aso kyɛ sika no emu awuram nti ononyamfo ɔsɛkyɛmensa bo ɔno ne deɛ no akɔyɛ adeɛ bi a ɛyɛ ntam ne kom ɛda so sinse kom ato now
tom si ɔma yoko yɛ nhwɛmu ne kakaka
ɛmfa
then a baby to risk. But young Queen and Trust now, other stories and so 13 no Mickey headlines. So say, I'm opposed to same-sex marriage in Ghana. Religious Affairs Minister designate. The Minister designate for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has taken a stance on the LGBTQI debate. According to Mr. Stephen Asamoah Boateng, is opposed to same-sex marriage in the country. Same-sex illegalizing in Ghana. I'm opposed to it. Dead.
Na awo penny ba kwa sabre ye heli no aye ononyamfo Stephen Asamoah Boateng ya frana sabi ono na yesi omeye minister religious affairs na bra wo kopie mu wo committee na nim ne yebisa ne se asamba ko a etetare yekom aye LGBTQI+ ya wonsensem wo Ghana ano na wo ononyamfo Stephen Asamoah Boateng ujina brene saying and was a me debi sadia ni mintum same-sex marriage obanu obanware bema ne bema nware yanjintum wo Ghana ha debi otia and they were pejanensa so no ye catalyst ni we pejanensa en happy
ato Brian Champon exclaims after intense grilling by minority leader. The Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture, Brian Champon, was shocked to the marrow after he was seriously interrogated by Minority Leader Dr. Keselato Forson, whom he considered a friend. Mr. Champon, who thought his friendship with the Minority Leader would save him from being grilled when he appeared before the Appointment Committee of Parliament on Monday, had his hopes dashed. While he was receiving punches from the Minority Leader, he exclaimed, Ato, you are my friend. Today, you don't trust me. Hey, Ato, you should be testifying on my credibility. Hey, Abna.
Hey, Obakwesi, I had to say, unim me. Na be pie we nim na wotete.
Media ba metete there's onim.
There's onim some.
Media ka be catch him. Hey, Kwesi.
Wa fa kwesi unim some ho ahom. Tinti ansa wonya me ho abode.
Ba unim some metete also. Unim some me so dem. Mede beto nche na matete o pa.
Kwesi don't do me like that.
I will do.
Na aya committee ya nsam apie free wo bie. Ena ya nem toto ho nkomo yi. Eswafo a yabɔ ne din sɛ wɔnkɔsɛ nnuane ane akuyadwuma soɔ food and agriculture ononyanfo brana tampon ena ono nso kopie committee no anim na de ya wanwan so ne say ononyanfo brana tampon no na damfo brabuo pa ene Dr. Kesa atofo sena oye minority leader yi enti wate nanim na atofo sena bisa no question wo yi ano no wa say bisa no wa say yi ano o efe de duru ba bi no wa say honorable enti edia papa na wo betumi akyere wa ha na me mati wadi se wo yi obi a wo ye no kredifo e wana Brana Tampa efe de na asam na bonu pusa ene wo se ato enti ena de woni minipa ban a meye mene wo na sa wo ya madam fo pa enti na de wonyimi ni bio ato da ba no me credibility dia wo kra de nka eni kwasa me kasa because you know me already pa ato so tira ne say aha anya friendship asam ne ba bedi wa ha eye wo man no asam ne ye kwa akodie enti wadre Brana Tampa wa ma Brana Tampa ka say ato
Yanko Yemuadia story, Katie Amon, and also Parliament Appointment Committee. Katie Amon scandalized over importation of Yemuadia. Minister designate for Trade and Industry, Katie Amon, has described as scandalous the level of Ghana's dependence on imported products. The Adansi Asokwa MP, at his appearance before the Appointment Committee, reiterated a report by a cabinet committee that revealed Ghana spent over $160 million importing internal organs of cows and other ruminants. Ghana! Hey! Yeah, my dear. $160 million.
Aye.
Okay.
Yo. Abusuafo de ofa kwasika ye. Aye minister ya boni din so mese etedie ni mfidituma so initially ya kan se question mark ya ba ne de ho no. Ono anu wo ka sei adansi aso kwamra sebetani kopie committee nanim no ene ye bisa no enam ya ya krafura ma no ne ba ene wotra se tema wotena dwamwe eba no te se yemade ukọ asantimantem kropo kuma se omo fra ne yare eba no yare no a ya krafura brochire ba no a yare ne ye $160 million.
Wow.
Yes. Ye madie yare. Ene tao. Yo va kwesi morie no.
Nenchi ni yemu ade.
Yeah.
Odwan ni yemu ade.
Yeah.
Akokoti ni.
Yeah. Ruminant.
Right.
Yes. Ruminant. Yakra $160 million. Ena ya de ba fi bia. Enti enamu ayawie eba ne yemade yare tawo ena na nya ne ade ne nyina no a sika ya de kraba eno no
Demo
taburi
die you be a better foul yemade
$160 million. Akwesinya
enti na dollar de bia na ne wa chiri ni
tankas asike nyina wa ha ban ye wonantie wa ha
okay, so yemfa stories now no if appointment committee no parliament here no see other stories and so and so ediakotin news online portals no current harmattan condition in Ghana may persist. Meteorological agency, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, has issued a notice indicating that the dry harmattan condition in the country is expected to worsen this week. The agency, in a statement, noted that meteorological satellites have detected that dust lifted around Chad, Sudan, and Niger have been transported into Ghana.
Then ye be no ye bo wan kete pa na kunya prapra wa pe na dust no asaje wo nyina afa na abusuafo sa anya ye mfom so a Ghana Meteorological Agency for no woman katre and say saa hamatan ya ye wo mu sei dry hamatan pa na this week kura de west dry pa ba ne say ya na man mu nsuo bebre na agency no atre say wo mu detect ade bi mfuturo bi free Chad na Sudan eni Niger ya eni nyina ba Ghana ha enti wasen kakra ma Tadie hamatan no esia ye no ano besa ye din bi o aka ho nti ye nse anim kwan
nti honom de se onim se I say Sahel desert area nti mfuturu no wo ho pa
na enframa na san body ba
yeah
okay kwesi na anu ade pa no obetumi atwa epo no asa ba
oh say no ntwapo
won fa
say honom be bi onam no de well, so wear nose mask if you are allergic to dust. METU, that's the Meteorological Agency for Normal Country. This one is closely related to Omnibai. So the Ghana Meteorological Agency has issued some precautionary measures for the public amidst the prevailing weather conditions in the country. Now, in the statement issued on Monday, 20th February 2023, the Meteorological Agency said it had observed high pressure system around the northern regions of Africa, which were projected to stir up dust over the dust source region. Consequently, meteorological satellite detected dust lifted around Chad, Sudan, and Niger. This dust was transported. But if you go on, so according to the agency, this has resulted in dryness and decreased visibility, which may take some time to clear completely. Relative humidity over the period has ranged between 15% and 50%, which with a visibility range of 200 meters to 5,000 meters. But the person who said, with me, I won't bank now wash a nose mask.
And one abusuafo de omo peso omo kire ya ne se saa mfuturo ne mframa nyina no ano eden nti ubetumi ase nose mask no na ode abo ho ban
nti senia na wo kan say yes omo say ana numsuo in the account. This is what they said. They said keep hydrated, follow these safety precautions, cover foods, water to prevent dust from settling on them, wash fruits thoroughly before taking them. People allergic to dust are to wear nose mask to reduce the effect on them. Sing and omoka.
Especially when I wore asthma.
Yeah.
Woman to me cranty. What the bet to me, I won't set nose mask.
Yeah.
And we're being so on more in futuro Konimuka Krebin and Tiania. One so one sabi. Namunum sio bebre. Na enjawa dua ninsi one more bra one cataso.
Yeah.
And then Yabanwa Yatowa Montene so or to apra peg no worry or to a yan dino. And also mo make sure say Muba wo huru hu yie na ofakwesi ba ko a wo man franka ho e ka ho ne se yenta ho huru yensa ho bebre san se dust no esetre yensa ho ntentem nti ano so aya yan ho huru yensa bebre te se de covid ba ye no an ye no yenta ho huru yensa.
That's it. Ghana to engage China for possible debt cancellation. Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta has disclosed that talks are underway with China over Ghana's debt following a successful domestic debt exchange program. Ofori-Atta said negotiations with China are important because they hold the majority of the external bonds.
Na yaguso ane China for kasa wonyam for Ken Ofori-Atta na woka asem. Yane China for kasa enkuomu behu ya mobo na ye ka ye de bebre no enkuomu tabi aguo. Finance Minister and a leading delegation ekọ China ekọ pa wonu chew say e betumi anka ya ka ya de no krampo ofa kwesi nkuomu ntwam womu cancel ka ne nyina womu mfa ne say ya ni womu ka na ya nsa ase foforo nti womu guso ane China for edin kitan womu tira say China for ne ya di womu kapa kese nti womu ya nanka ya China for chew say ya kan womu ntwam.
4 unions petitioned Mahama to contest 2024 elections. The leadership of 4 unions, Motor Riders Union, True Drivers Union, Concerned Drivers Union, and Aboso Kind Spare Part Dealers Association, has petitioned former President John Dramani Mahama, urging him to contest for the presidency in the 2024 general elections. The unions believe John Dramani Mahama will be the best leader to address the country's current economic challenges if elected president. Presenting the petition to the office of the former president, Public Relations of the Motor Riders Association, Sechofia KWASI, said Ghanaians are yearning for a change in government that will lead to the transformation of the economy.
Abusiafo ekuo enan ana womu ede petition adesrede ede akwakoma ekanema mpene His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Na sa leadership womu ye Motor Riders Union, True Drivers Union, Concerned Drivers Union, Aboso Kind Spare Part Dealers Association. Aboso Kind Spare Part Dealers Association kan. Ena womu the petition edi akoma His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former president, say womu sre no 2024 ye kwa akoto aba wontina na womuntu aba ma no meye Ghana mampeni na ekwa gidi say His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ono na obeye leader wa jamsunu kokura ya Ghana economy bebi a ati akwa akose obetumi atenentene no ebra wo mu de petition no ekọ ekanema mpeni ne office ye no Public Relations Officer Emma Motor Riders Association Sechofia KWASI ena watre se tabre Ghana de afunu yen obia pensesa na sansesa no a wo mu pani nyina ye sade ebe ye economy no ebetumi atani around na wan ne betumi aye saade we etisa former president John Dramani Mahama.
ASEPA files criminal complaint at CID against Reverend Kusi Boateng. The Alliance for Social Equity and Public Accountability, ASEPA, has filed a criminal complaint against Secretary to the National Cathedral Board, Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, over his alleged fraudulent identities. A letter dated February 20, 2023, and addressed to the Criminal Investigations Department of the Ghana Police Service by ASEPA indicated that it has reasonable conviction that the accused has violated various provisions of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 960, Act 29.
Abusiafo ayi ekuo defro no ASEPA na ASEPA no ne ti aye Alliance for Social Equity and Public Accountability. Ena womode ensamankrata ede akwakoma empenimfo so womuntie na womunsem na ya criminal complaint na tese complain ya anu aden pa eboso bo se obi edi dream wati bone atia wo man no na criminal complaint omudi kotia secretary ya oda National Cathedral Board Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng se ni tumedi ana wodie no kata sese ne proye bi akoso ewo ni tumedie mu ye beka ne se fraudulent identities ano ana wo mu pese Criminal Investigation Department eya Ghana Police Service wo mu nsem na emra bia sese wo mu de papei efa so no wo mu mfa no mfa emra kwan so na sa papei wo mu tre se e Ghana yense said ye dibu oman no provisions a Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 omu fi se wetiatia so omu atretre mu bebre wa hade tahai na ofakwesi.
North Tongue chiefs call on the Akufo-Addo to provide security for Ablakwa. Chiefs and people of the North Tongue district of the Volta region are calling on the president Nadu Danko Akufo-Addo to provide adequate security for their Member of Parliament, Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa, prior to his appearance in court on Tuesday, February 21, 2023, that's today. Now, the member of parliament has been charged with a contempt case after kicking court documents supposedly served on him in an issue between himself and Reverend Kusi Boateng.
Na enough town na nanoma info and womo sra mampeni na nado danko akufu ado se na dawuruma womo de se kron sam wo kuje to abrakwa woma no bambo na nanoma info ani adese e one of town district eno wo Volta region and womo sra mampeni na nado danko akufu ado his excellency se na dawuruma womo mpese womo de se ne ho begu nsu ana ne ho begu nkra intina one per security aya bamba emu ade pa emfama wo mu desie Samuel Okujeto abrakwa wa abra enneyi okwa akopie mu ewo court wo na mra sebeteni wo mu de content ate no wo mu trase some time ago empente biara na court de nsamakrata e de koma no na nsamakrata no wanje and was sad in the night, etiaso. Na a Reverend Victor Kusi Boateng, and na was suma sank young fast answer man cratano, and fan commano, that walk a can 1 to 1 yaka, and no, and what tiaso. Na court to a dear with tiaso, a contempt in a wound, that the neck court and.
Well, our final one. 69% of students have been placed through CSSPS into SHS, Education Ministry. The Ministry of Education has indicated that the computerized school selection and placement system, CSSPS, has so far posted over 69.24% of qualified students to various senior high schools across the country. Spokesperson for the Education Ministry, Kwasi Boateng, made these remarks on Monday.
Na wowura Kwasi Boateng wono ene wakasa maso ya sadisi ono wache enkwada no a womu ko school no womu atumi atebia kama so far de be se antemu aduasia nkro ene ekire po aduonu nan 69.24% de ya womu akwalify no womu ate wonum nyina awie nti.
Well, I think that early on, you didn't come about Racket Yamont and $900,000. So, when we say about sending a message, we had him say, well, so the $900,000 was not the proceeds from the sale of the ship, charges that was charged by the law firm that assisted in the transactions abroad. Of course, yes, as I think Constant law firm. Yes, I think a law firm is supposed to be Constant and Constant. Law firm. Say law firm, they say a ban say legal advice or no more finding a account. But I'm not ready to go into this one this morning with
Matthias, just a man I make cotton me phone. Or man in the cotton your ship. And womu 2 year full. Into womu 2 year full. It has a bomb palm womu 2 year.
Now, same way I said, then I don't say the full be.
And what I could see me there, me say you to add the man. That's our time.
Me just as I said, we say, baby,
fit of one. And once the taste, yes, yeah, cotton ship. Yeah, to me. That time, I quite remember that time when woman can't ask them. Now your bra question who nice and now Mrs. Sunny break bands. And I'm a taste any tape no Omoka. Yeah, na me TB. Anka for him, a boy no. What I don't hear. Yes, I need attention. Now Mrs. Sun break bands. The man details no. Man, to Sasa now will be our 2 no 4 no time $900 million. Hey, hey, $900,000 advices.
Needs 100.9 Ghana Muntie Sunu Asiogwe. My main fast rakesi fama peacefmonline.com. Me other major online portals and no anyone sem say sit here need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Suno Asiogwe newspapers.
Abusiafo de bokrata me de sase aya Ghanaian Times de bokrata no anso na mete emamo akwabe na de bokrata anim ha wode naba Seidu Sidemana Abogre nimfoni abeto ha na ayi court kurampo na yisu krata bi se omonkwati mamprugu overlord ya wowo ho na ba Seidu Sidemana Abagre na bra court issue sa warrant arrest na mabunu ni sa ehine ha ewo boko ha ensida enti kwahwe tobo yampene ene wo mutisi montene so kambo aduma yefo moboa wo muti wo mu gina enti tansen pa amount ye ewo nanalugu no of akwasina they don't have any option than to stop say wo mu jai because to wo mu make attempt ya enka ejapadia ne niama ebese wo krom wonom no na nya niama ke 20 years sempanimfo etase ni sabesepa ni nkoni na haban enya se e court ye se ye issue warrant arrest ya anti monkwate no na mudimirika ne mo akwate ye se enra obi mpani mbese wa bra wo mu make attempt eno ye attempt yo sanko mo akwate mamprugu overlord no obakwesi wo mu san wo machi wo mu antumi because na ekrom wonom no e wonom aye hyepa na wonanyamfo ketiamon wa ha ana ye bisa no diafa ship no ho that ship yi omutasa some time ago na $900,000 ya wose wode mass ankofo yi a na ye ka ho asem wa hanom wa me ne wafa kwesi ka ho asem yi na anya asem ketua enti omutasa omutre no pa especially a true dress shape no honom no.
So me kwaba na yedi nkomo Joseph Portofi deputy director synoptic meteorological forecast na yeni nkomo Joseph yada say Emma kwaba eba Neat FM so.
Oh me dey so.
Empo muti say.
Na me dey not.
So I imagine say where your department or Matthew Meboa.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Me da see no paper. So I'm some more boy kokobi and I'm saying send you musitie any hamatan or peno uhwe wiem na tesa kumo kakra kusu na mfutro ni ade ade dia na ekoso pa.
Oh, ekoso na ade Opebre mwana ye. Openana esa manu to manager by.
Oh, okay. And inti se bia ye hu futuro no bebre ani nyina ope but krata so amode bae no o che se enfuturo bi fi Sudan, Chad ni Niger eno ka ho ana ope na se nia woken ya.
Say kan say opebre mu Ramana by a free Sudan in North Africa. By from another by and say if from a bit of Honamuna, also a desert, and we uncle and Honam. And say if from a man and a peja, a friend said, that's particular. A peja is also. As I said, from one to Evan, if you want Evan. I transport that particle. I be quiz work. Yeah, work. Starting sectors. The DSC when you Ghana, for Nigeria, we call they need to go the poor. In Liberia, when from water or how.
And you know, a bewo ha kopimbe brebensa.
Oh, yeah, work. A poor, no need yet. The worry is there. The end of this call next week. I know better. When it's one more, some Lewa, Bolicatanga, whatever dear. Almost get a check.
Yenim se opebred ye ensuo nto enti senia uchechi mu that is a fisa bere ya akono ensuo ento ebi obi di hye na adwum se okay wo say openti ana bibia betumi esi.
Oh, there is yes. That's a famano ye very dry. It's inside famano. The kami aduna in famano sister. Enya famano free eponu. That westerly wind. But yeah, on the bit very much. Not easterly wind there, but it yeah, the man at all.
Enti senia uche mu de ya ebia ye pese ye hata ye niam bi ni ade ade ebia de hye trimu na ye de ye ni to asemi a okay na ye rely on it na ye ya who say nsuo nto meboa.
So there is.
Okay. Me share daily graphic anymore hanum so say air pollution alert. Put on mask and restrict outdoor event. EPA and GMET, that's Ghana Meteorological, caution public. So I say we between a chichi mu dia man.
Chichi mu e say Amiano e man who the be free there now. Obi so wa ya kiti omu a say time for manu come mu a e di o ha be brewo. Mo wo asthma anyama. Ona e ka say BP dia na wo those bad dia na wa so pa prevent that particle na e be call you. Nyo no kwa ye yo hwe ye ju na mo amoto onyama no so ayo mu kata nyama no so e be say to say ja e be ya wo mo de to be kata nyama ko to be ba fruit nyama na bo de to be buru kama sana ya obi dia na we kama akofa how be ambre.
So daily graphic democrat ya kroya. There's a part of the story now on Macho page 3 honum see American baby or say WHO cautions now kakrebi no ni oka say in a related development the World Health Organization WHO had warned that the current air quality situation was dire and had more health implications. So which reche we mu dia na beka power nia omokan.
So ya power say EP for no omo yeah measure air quality. I am say not can see from one of what we can say air quality and yeah but then idea about 4 point something minute per unit. And that's say I ran that particle will be one that is the work air quality never fit. And in idea say you very good one. And idea to have a prayer on my no so that I think or more friends say has this bronchitis that's what we show asthmatic patients in Panama and could trigger the amount. The battle also every man can have to be a very dry. Because if from an air I make a lot especially treat a dry wind. The battle also when you expose the electricity, you can fire now. A jar here and the electricity and the more market when the man of the market. People that the do jala. When do jala area and they have a that's the council business and the aquafu. So I know well from Washington. Yeah, that's all just to be but also I say no one yet Papa Zoom a foul phone no share. Why should I talk with him now? I can say them I share you see how we handle fire.
Okay. Okay. Yes, you see the global health body indicated that breathing in those pollutants will lead to inflammation, oxidative stress, and impact the lungs, heart, brain, among other organs, and untimely lead to disease. Not just I don't know. Then I say yes, is here. You're okay.
Oh, you're okay. Yes, Channel your background. Who knows about? At least those who have been here so far, their friend is pollutant. That's particular. I'm a uncle. So be busy. So that's particular too much. Or how a bread will land in the Majaman and the air. The best seller will be able to do it for a sharing.
Okay. All right. Enti ahwe yie no titu sabre mu pa ye se ohwe nen hawa na sene ewiem si aye emframa bone ye nam wiem ini mfuturo yi ai betim di ohaw bi di ama nketenkete titu kra ye mo asthma ne yade bi eno an se obehye nose mask apart from that no bibi biem ha se because ya se mo se enuane ye nkata enuane so na ye to fruit na dia yan hro ho ne ye kaka meboa
But
okay. All right. You better say pa me sure no pay. All right. Joseph Portofi, Deputy Director of Synoptic Meteorologist Forecast my Ghana Meteorological Agency and pay need 100.9 Ghana Montie sunu asogwe. Me sure say tiefo amutie what Ghana hanum si ananse we hu ewie no mu asesa unshede hu adie ye hu anim ye papa
ano over kwesi ni pedua no akora mpo no wo se asa wonye bibia so no wabre wo hu abubu bisa enna no nshada nso dasta bi asa bibia asesa all of a sudden I will frame wa bibia asesa yeah
amatan Samupe, Amatan, and I'm umpe.
Over Kosia, I wanted the yepe.
Okay.
I may say me ye cool.
I made a foot run a hard dream, ma'am.
Aha, foot run.
Yeah, would down one, tell Paddy, who crowd down one and foot run number.
O prepra, wo we ya, obe chessy bebano. Na a 1 million answer him foot run the annoying.
Yo, young na yeni Urakwabna, Kokofu, Openia or DAP, Environmental Protection, thing is now authority, you know, any common. Orako kofu ya da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope. Na umpo mo e.
Mimpo mo ye. Eh, kwamra na mtiri ni.
Ono a sha ha sei.
Eh, wa me do mo kwamra. What the house wa mi yi. Uli e na wa jambu.
Papa maba na mpesa wo ya aduma kakra.
Ba tia bro. Tia bro.
So daily graphic ya bem say page 3 honum say mfoni eda ho na mehu say woode nose mask nso team hune ne wano na saa dwumadie ya ma mfoni aba bepie graphic mi na sa no pay say wo kireche mu etiefo bi ya yentimi amba bi ya yankenkan ya yente ene enkomo ne sempa
bema enye bibi ewie mu satra ya ka ho asma kan kan na me tinji na what ikemu ana se yata si mu fufu ye mu se tanya frama ene nya ya home ekoni nyina nya ntise ne da ye hu no enu ti ye ntidia ye de eye monitoring ekatre ye se bi sonko bi ekoto ba nsa no na se bi die ni ba ku fo tizimunti e to safre ini anu ba Ghana Meteorological Authority na Ghana Health Service na mo so mo be kan ho na yen hwese ne tie na yen ya ma san eni nkomo in fact me Friday o de press release grab about data
yeah
much me say from anwa ba no ye ne a please Sahara region no see you any say em so about the prada da from an boss a famia in futuro lubi na ato apete Ghana yen to hu nti ebeti akase natural phenomenon emu yen askodipa ye chepe wom and yen yema ye environment nti ema ye from an ho tie no eno na yen ka ho asem kete pa people it can say adopter for any ade wo twa kampa wo se wo transform or apome kutu na ba se yen tegu suna through yenia ye won from a hu ni mu ya de en kakra no de en tesere wa no me asma no tunu no pa no but butu hene na en sonen from a so kakra en fa ma afi dan trabol tinki eni abu butam ni ade wa bon tin abra winning say war risk time will be na ishiam you will be no so yente so be ya no so ko fa so boni bi ama enti ako de ubom ye talk to you kokobo ye talk to me nsa ye pa agye ana ye pe aditiade so free abra ya tin de hura mane wo global warming and climate change no tina ya tin sa frɛ mo se tro for se mo madum ye na mo bode ru no mai na amansa
so sɛnea ɔsi kyekye mu yi ni mehwɛ graphic story no nso no ɛba no mu adwuma yi a moyɛ yi mu wɔ biribi a mofrɛ no sɛ AQI air quality index na kyerɛ sɛ sisia no mframa no mframa bɔne paa ɛna wɔ wiem wɔ ho
sɛ wɔn sɛ wofa fenso strong wofa fenso a wokɔ abɔfoɔ no abɔfoɔ na wotwam akɔ fayɛ ɛda benkum ne nipa yɛfrɛ no pro forest reserve fam a kusin kinkan so hɔ ne ade a wohu sɛ hɔ yuru hɔ mframa no nko ana woba na ha na Kumasi kura mfifiri hɔ baabi a wobɛhu sɛ hɔ mframa no nso so nko nti baabi a nniawɔ bi a vegetation yɛwɔ high air quality vision so yɛnkra ha yi yɛtɛma ɛne ikuropɔn akɛse akeka Kumasi ne Takoradi no ɛnam nsudituma ɛnam kaa akyɛndeɛ a yɛde kɔba ɛnam yɛ nneɛma ne yɛ bɔne bi te sɛ yɛhye nneɛma basa kaa nti dada yi sɛ yɛde gya atom yɛde ihu nam ho akɔwe ikura ɛhye tae no hyɛ bɛyɛ wobɛnya nadeɛ nkete akɔtɔ ne adeɛ ne nyinaa yɛ ade a ɛmmoa ma frama no mu nte ɛno nti wei nyinaa yɛ ade a sɛ ne yɛbo yɛne agu so asɔman a yɛbɔ da mu yɛaka yɛ ho sɛ yɛdi yɛ ho awu wɔ mu sɛ natural phenomenon climate change yɛ ha agyene di nanso ho nsunsuansoɔ no fa kɛseɛ naa yɛne yɛn na ɛde ba na obi bɛka sɛ wo nso so nambra no kuta a fa yɛ adwuma yi sɛsiɛ ma nkɔdaa no ɛde yɛaba yɛfrɛ vehicular emitting test aba despite media na kaa bi esi hɔ biara including wo deɛ no yɛabɛtest emissions no yɛtest sisi a saa tu bi a yɛbɛtest no mu nso deɛ ɛsɛ sɛ nenam asase so yɛ mepa akyerɛ ne sɛ yɛfi bi a ne nam ɛkɔ baa deɛ idi akɔneaba private commercial buses 70% sɛ yɛ ground wɔ mu nyinaa sɛ yɛ 70% sɛ ɛno ne de major cause of air pollution
ɛne ɛsɛ mframa no mu
nti ya ekuta yɛ sese as ɔman no yɛhia nkɔmmɔdie kɛseɛ paa aso yɛbɛnya akokoduro sɛ wei a yɛka nyinaa wohwɛ yɛ transport sector sɛnea ɛteɛ ne adeɛ no a ɛwɔ social economic implications bebree sɛ ɛkɔba sɛ emission test a yɛahyehyɛ ho mmara sɛ ho fiti kuta yɛn yɛimplemente a yɛbɛimplement no ano nyinansɛn a wobɛhia sɛ 70% of mfiti a yɛde nam yi sɛ ground no nyinaa sɛ ɔbɛkae a na ɔba ase mfiti kakra bi a atwam yi aban yɛ ne sɛ ɛsiane saa nsunsuansoɔ bɔne no ɛho bɛhia sɛ kaa dada a yɛkra de ba ɔma anim yɛbɛte so a yɛde so ɛɛto so anaa yɛ taxes no yɛpɛgyam ɛno yɛnnua no mu a wɔn saa use cars anyɛ wɔn pɛ wɔne berɛ papaapa ama aban koraa yɛ nhyehyɛ ama companies ahodoɔ bebree abɛpiepie wɔn dwuma wɔ ha a yɛasɛbo kaa mo no wɔ ɔman yi yɛnuanom no a ɛkra de ba na yɛ adwuma wɔn ayɛ akyɛdeɛ yɛ economic activity anyɛ wɔn pɛ na wɔn raise one particular issue bi na me amoa me ho but na me no ya ade eno no say ka enye fie tu e wa amanone they say car dada dem fa ma the bar with yes gabi now see what fifini ha ye ni yes see ya the what car dey 30 years 40 years eku more than the 10-year-old ba so one argument
yeah
let's just say a pass to move on the me ye twemu an say abra car na ye dada no say ye dada wa bu say ye dada wa e boa e man frama e master system nti die na ye my wo na so bu sam sa kwashi ye answer amount ye for mine in the hu kuta odi aye ne mo die se be a ye be twa ma bo agene so anso boni ye be ye chidemu afen su biew na mo tuo bi e be ba e ba be boa sa ne ma we nyina no ye ne amampo odwene ho akwa ko group pen su bi a ye roll out asomaya enko ye se wa papeto this year Ministry of Transport under Honorable Kwesiama and then Penaka ye gene the empleno e-mobility electric car electric buses ya a beba for commercial activity in our being electricity includes ye friend fossil fuel way in I say wa a beba a buying the cancer you stand up me and no do I bet them say what do you mean that they open that Ichibum Chibum winning the property
Debbie.
Omelette.
I see.
No, I was there to Kusiana, Sekosiana was here. One pie Kusiana, who's me, young woman. Kusiana, some of 1% of a bottle. Dinner, Kusian Kusi Quada. They have been near my years buying and then a manual crew yet to come my hona. Yenya Crado. Then she be at the Beba at the bois towards that direction. Madame, promotion. I have to my passa.
That's the pay me. I shall say, baby, I be boy pums, you be boy. I'm sure. Right. All right. Yati. That's Kubna Kukufu, Chief Executive of some Environmental Protection Agency. Anope need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suno Asugwe. Yadasu Gusu, ye din komo hwene koso. O man Ghana mu ya no pejumedie Ghana Muntie. Kwesi Aboagye, medi djumedie chiame. Kwabena mafo so kame ho boa kenkan de bon krata no. Ne ehia ncheche mu bia no anope nso no. Boa echeche mu ede emai kama. Wadwin che 0503721744.
Ensema ko twiko bata. Esum se don't tell you dumaja. Esum Ghana Muntie djumedie so. Eye neat.
Akasma be do watch na watch abo na kwabra yanko anime yanto aso
abusiafo de bokrata ya friend say Ghanaian Times yanim ha EPF for de no kra de wo madika di hu komo awie nti mensan enkoso bio Dr. Kwabena Dufo eda hanum say o tirem sa NDC amanyoko koto aba omuntu aba ma no no metu franka ema party no onyi nkunimdie ma won on what say entry economic management mu amampeni nanado edu omusi akan wo mu asa wo mu monoma nti wontenyi wonum no wonpe foforo mre na wo mu na betumi aboa no na de wo honum yayi de what say enkonkosi aganti wonpe foforo emfa wonum mra na te bokrata daily guide yanim ha Company na the Danko Kufuado, His Excellency, what da and what say after no, as I said, be mine, the first cognac association, na yetita. And woman you shoe court warrant to say, their friend is a bent warrant, no. Thank woman quati or hinia, or war a man prugu, and so a mebunini tressa hinini ha, and ya dear woman by my quada. nti apolisifoɔ ne asogyafoɔ ɛka wɔ ho bɔ no mmeranteɛ ne wɔn mu si ani ɛma wɔn antumi ante no ononyamfoɔ dr kesel atofoɔsen ɛda ha alexander afanyamakin ɔno nso ɛda ha mfantefoɔ ebien fantikɔkɔs wɔn nie na wɔkyerɛ sɛ ministers afoforɔ yi a yɛabɔ wɔn mu din minorityfoɔ ne kyerɛ sɛ yɛne adeɛ no yɛpɛ sɛ wote so nka from ahen wote so abɛsi 64 kora mpa anyare ɛne wɔn nso sɛ daabi wɔn bɛtumi active deɛ wɔn pɛ so wɔn active no a ate so wɔn de bi ka ho ɛno nti wɔn egu so afei yare ɛyɛ yɛmadeɛ yɛ yɛkra firi aburokyire ba no ɛne wɔn onyanfoɔ keti amon ɛka wɔ hanom sɛ sika dodo a de kra firi aburokyire ba no yɛ sika etua na de ɔbɔkrataa daily guide hanom yɛ yi ɛna wɔde wɔwura kwasi apia wɔno ɛka ne paa Ghana Black Stars yie akɔmkɔ ɔno nkoa ne captain ade bɛsi ndɛ captain no ka ne din ho ne yɛfrɛ no captain kwasi apia wɔ ne mbɔ yie ɛnna me ne wo kasa yi ɔno no ɔyɛ director ɛma Kempon Football Academy ɔno wɔkyerɛ sɛ abranteɛ Christian Achu ɔne players yanante wɔankanta so many players deɛ but onim player bi a wɔbrɛ ne ho ase na wɔbu adeɛ te sɛ Christian Achu dabi ɛbrɛ a wɔ starte bɔɔbɔ ɛbɛ starte coaching ekoti Black Stars ɔkɔ no waba ɛdi n'ani akamia na kane Chelsea bɔɔbɔ ni ɔsɛnsi akama Newcastle abranteɛ kosi aka wɔ Turkey wɔsi wanante a wɔnhyɛ dan hunu abranteɛ a wɔbu adeɛ na wɔbrɛ ne ho ase ɛte sɛ Christian Achu nti as I'm speaking director Kempon Football Academy describe Christian Achu sɛ wu a wawuo no ayɛ mpaa yɛn nyinaa yɛdi ho yaw a ɔno nso ɔne n'abusua nyinaa ɛma Christian Achu ne n'abusua yɛakɔ.
So Mensa Thompson, executive director ma SEPA no pay come Rebecca story back ye bro so about a SEPA petition and complaint bi o makwa no pay say e gincheche mu ni ye na yetimiti e ya asem na say Mensa Thompson da simu akwa baba Neat FM so no pay Nampo mu ti saying there. Okay, so niakin kind beach say ya dia SEPA Mako CID police akwakoye complaint bi ene ka ho ba ye pese ye gimu nchechi mu ni ye pa no pay na etiefo mu tie so etimi ate asem na say complaint ben no di asem pa anaba
yo I'm say for the ayo hono expose about
What am I say? No, what form kakra? To me, a basso kakra come any veggie palm. That's it.
And I say, Pabana educate. And I mean, the dinner I am fan for them. Because I'm like a daily. It's a crew there, a police for a take action. A coaching for the arrest people on far less offenses. There will be actually be up to social media. And you know, a police force moving in, Papa coaching. My investigation, someone to know, a court, and one of them. A year, which pass. Abetoja evidence. In fact, Emra Arimpo, they issue statement to say I am fine. Papa no, I did 2 different tax identification numbers. The Pakroya passports be, under 2 different names, different date of birth, different mothers, different personal information, 2 distinct identities. Ipakuya driver's license, voters ID card, Ghana card, police force, that is service, and I can't police for 14 days. We have lawyers, the police service. Criminal offense. What kind? Section 251 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 at 29. For which kind portions of Section 251. But say a person commits a misdemeanor who would intend to obstruct or prevent the course of justice or the due execution of law or evade the requirements of law or to defraud or injure a person or to obtain or facilitate the obtaining of any passport, instrument, concession, appointment, permission, or any other privilege or advantage endeavors to deceive or overreach public officer acting in the execution of public office. Section 251 at 29. Clear violation, criminal and other offense, and a police force to wash your mind. You many that the Montie, the course of Gram, the work Chrome has said. And yet, no one. What can I say? On the 2nd of February, my Kenya Echo Accra High Court for filing a suit at the Human Rights Division in a case with suit number R00502023. Court or representing a home to court and say the friend no Mabena Edu as Victor Kusi Party. Not just identities now he fraudulently acquired from the state by providing fraudulent information to state agencies, public officers. With Kenya those false identities no court. I will catch the court to say your friend me yes, Kusi was. My time, Section 215 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. Was it a person which intends to defeat, obstruct, or pervert the course of justice, or to defraud or injure a person endeavors to deceive a court or a judicial officer by personation or by false instrument, document, or signature commits a misdemeanor. A fraudulent identity, I could catch a court to deceive the court, and so my that's what the number one thing. And no she it means friend no and to tone. Yeah. What kind of section 132 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act, specifically on the offense of defrauding by false pretenses. But say, a person defrauds by false pretenses if by means of false pretense or by person, that person obtains the consent of another person, part with or transfer of the ownership of a thing. All national ID cards, including the passport, the driver's license, voters ID card, the Ghana card, all these instruments belongs to the state. And the state has provided requirements by law are obtaining these instruments. They done proceedings. And course, state agencies, a court president as somebody who knows is not to obtain or to get these public officers to issue to him these instruments defrauded the state. A police
Enti mo pese CID for anto ne nsanfrɛ ye kusi boaten me boa. Okay. Enti krata no mo di akwa akomom.
Exactly.
Okay. And mo de call ye no dear no mo kan ye.
It's a petition. So,
okay.
We are hoping.
So any complaints?
No, it's a complaint. A complaint. The over now what today? Now the amount. They have to act on it.
Yeah.
We are complainant when you investigate. The rest of the work is with the police.
Okay. And mo hwe nim se ombetu anamo afa ho meboa.
Immediately.
Okay.
At least within the next 48 hours, the man should be arrested, investigated, and arraigned before court.
Invited and arrested.
Arrested, meaning almost.
Okay.
The man must be arrested.
All right. Okay. So Abia in the next Abia senior okay time ya mama ina say want to be biasa then number.
Yeah, the police for almost survey a friend is saying a police for percent or much selective application of the law and because police for who say a national identification system, especially our passport, and you young funny to other relevant international agencies rely on the identity issued by the officers of Ghana. Indeed, the now Emma it may cast doubt on our national identification systems. Somebody challenges the credibility of our national identification as of mine.
All right.
Up to the state.
Okay. All right. I'm sure say you keep your eyes on it and answer you ni be die change to be yebesan ba biom mensa edasepa Mensa Thompson executive director say pa no pay need 100.9 so see the asema kwakwa down police CID say Reverend Kusi Boateng papa aye bibi etiamra enti CID for enton samfre no munye hwem ni account need 100.9 Ghana Montie so aso ego so anope enkomo no yeda so a ye pimko enkakra nkra ye hyase ye be se nanumu pay mu sabra kasma be miensa na chese ye nonwotwe abo make a unso se anope mpinfo so betena ase ewo ye dwumedie ye fidie so dwumedie so na chese om so e de adwenche ahodo e de aba ewo nsem aba betodwa ma adwenche ne bi aba anope mame enkinkan bi Emfa Emamo Ewahanum saying one here from Richard Amasaman says, was Honorable Brian Champon, a cook in the U.S. Army. What was national security about his rank that he failed to disclose? Honorable Katie Amon must know that pride goes before distraction. His arrogance and the disrespect to the NDC MPs on the vetting committee is unacceptable. Richard Amasaman and Odia Nufi in the by. I think the majority call for the immediate reduction in the number of ministers from 85 to 65 is in the right direction. That's Bloody Fiekuma Zongo, Takradi, NOD Free, NOD Ebaye. The police institution was set up as one of the security agencies to maintain peace and harmony, and above all, to make sure that order is maintained with our traditional communities. Don't know why you like to write your messages like that. Aaron Babako Kokomisa Latabia Kwashi Accra NOD Free NOD by KK or Kaswa American Town Kinky House says we all building the country. So what about the government will do to move Ghana forward? Let's all give them the maximum, or give the government the maximum support. If we listen to the NDC, Ghana will never develop. KK Kaswa NOD Free NOD by Teacher Kuju. Tubodoma Dentase says, if not COVID-19, Ghana's economy will still be one of the fastest growing economies in the world. Teacher Kuju with that one. Chiefman Atonsu Kumasi, it's very unfortunate that Honorable Ato Forsen and his leadership in Parliament are misbehaving on the vetting committee, appointment committee. The NDC are not ready. Then they shouldn't sit on the committee at all. If man, dear no, by okay, my main home so na main call Hamano so Mohammed Tijani, the national chairman Okada Riders Association. Now no pay assemble ko no so about to dra HSA unions be a be 9 yesi omo akọ omanpanyi dada John Mahama house se omo pese obe tu franka na meto abama no aba be di Ghana nim Mohammed ya da asemo akọ ababa ni TFM so no pay.
Good morning.
Morning. Now, Okada Riders, mo to say.
But you're
Ejuma no koso. Members na ya na say rules no traffic rules na amun shede ndi so. Right. Okay. Be. Na ni akin kan na Mohammed ya pese ye gi enchechim se sa na ti ase muka beye ekuo beye miensa munyina muka eka mo bomu abeye 9 muko ra John Mahama ha onom sei de mo asemi kotu nanim no kre
yemi say na kre
so da be na mutu muko muko yes ade da be na muko ye no
ndra
enti muni hwan for da muko yes ade
yemi say ko yani previous ni abuso ga for me Drivers Union. And Okada Riders Association.
I see. So, dear Ben, near Sam now, what they call my old man Penny, Dada John Mahama, no, they are Namco Cachireno.
The other one will say, I'm saying, 2020 was what say what we near about Belly Garage Okada Nama. And that sounds so, I mean, yeah, once young with me. Oye boniti yesu yeji ekuma mutu so say na me charge not to get the phone no papa wa dia de o share bon ready to protect and say ye ya dia o be ma oba also on did no bo share so and say so ko na e ko share.
So because of Boshe now share mo say o be legalize mo adwuma no enu potinti nya say bia bibi titu hamu
share no can and at the end of the star one can you be never catch one with the way man a man there follow who will yes and if you are so chuki or kind of quite every my I will be as soon as say if you are what they think what may so nipa only area only me to try to sell the new panado so mama says if you are my power baba here and kind of ski. So, and I have more modern kind of Ombo modern sample, number 20 is my power, yes, I know, number 12 now,
and Moko Tono.
I'm saying, I'll take a grab at you to former people, lost to any dog.
I see. Enti wamo je mo asem no se ne akan oni omo kasa de na omo kan a kire.
Oh, omo si omo da ya si. Ya wa ke papa ma my no and I say wa ke papa ma no John drama number. Say one number that I mean dia oba me ka ya ka ya be ya ke kan na ba that's what it.
I see. Na chemi mu kakra wa hadum sin o. Eba ne saying because we see momo butaye adikronti a mutu sa na mo yi. Se omampanyi dada John Mahama 2020 wa share mo bobi si o se nka o timi bedi Ghana animu a nka mo adwuma ya mo yi obema mra na giatum enu nti na mo ko ne honum saying among other things being so account bi a mo hwese ne nneema si ko ewo ye oman mu a enu nti na mutu sa na mo yi. Munuanom a wamaka wamoso wamka mo ho no te se bia True Drivers Union concerned any abuso kinds papers no wɔn nso deɛ paa ne wɔn asɛm nti a wɔn mu na ɛbaa ne sɛn koraa na mu nyinaa mu ka bɔ mu no sɛn na adeɛ no hyɛ aseɛ.
Nse wahu wo bedi na oye edwuma na edwuma ne nyɛ yia unanti na uka obi abɛte o sisa me edwuma ne se na ɛkɔ saa na information ne kɔ na yakopɔ bu an na nyina atimi mi a bu an na yɛhyɛ akyɛ ɛna yɛ plan bi a yɛbɛkɔ ɛna yakopɔ ma de ne du yɛ ndua na ɛkɔ yɛ
Musha when na hyɛ aseɛ
yɛ nyina
nti mu amudidi mu ho nkɔmɔ ɛna mu so okay ɛha mo nti mu ka bɔ mu na mu tu saa na mo no.
That is the issue.
Oh, okay. ɛna ɔsɛ mu hyɛ aseɛ sɛ mu di saa nkɔmɔ akyɛ.
We deɛ nyɛ obi na bɛka kyɛ obi ma wankasa wo deɛ kɔ so.
Mu hyɛ aseɛ bɛɛ tan bɛn mu hyɛ aseɛ di saa nkɔmɔ bɛɛ tan bɛn.
We deɛ
Oh, okay. I see. Enti enwani ana bibi mo ba beye mo de masama akoto nanim se munim se eyese first of all otimi 2 franka NDC primary so okọ se wo mutimi tuma no ansana eno madwen ho enso Mohammed me question is say wunim say o man be flag bearer ma NDC because NDC so o mukọ primaries na o mutu me boa aha na madwen ho no mo say nso say bia say wa man be flag bearer eno mo be den because munim say ora Dr. Kwabena Dufo nso yes o be pre na me sure say bia mpanifo bi so ho mo be pre say o mu obedi NDC nim
wow asema wa kan dia na pre o mu nyina be quality na bo ma obi aje a mo nyina he
mi manti ho ni ye
nti o mu nyina he NDC inform so nyame boa na obi aje nkunima on be boa but me so nye dije say your mama no obi afem on no ye juma na obi ahun je oyeye
na adentina mo nko is it your mahama ana NDC because enti se manko Dr. Kwabena Dufo ana mo be ko manko na se wono nso se bia ono na oba be flag bearer mo be den
oba there is one who can NDC but one ebo a wo share no shebo a wo dia to ma obia NDC ni dia oni ho obega say obi ni a one legalize o kana ba because it is part of politics or the bear rally campaign and all that and then we can say the whole Ghana company dia ni won see employee workers like Okada which mean and then Okada you are more than 30 something thousand because that time it is 32,000 but floating home the whole Ghana floating home so floating man kan
na ade na man twɛn na woman to we oman ye primaries ne hu so okay ora Jom Hama ono no ba bedi and the otu frank ade ama because my question is say CCR no wako hu ni ya mudi akoto nanim the wo to na se wa man be flag bearer that means when issue ade hu no ade no na mo be ne den
no problem ye yakut for be dia ye yakut for be dia so me as one make a better nyaki they say I want obi abe say a business obi abe turn maybe 2028 dia normal no obi an so ma di come so afiaba that 2024 we dia pay inform am wait no but omunya abutere ma je mama na o he dem on to an ejuma pa o he
okay na mi busayo ni aminim ni se mo riders yi true drivers concerned drivers na aboso kan for meboa
you
okay enti unim ora bi a friend pa wili ono oye chairman ma concerned drivers association unim no
no
enti omo so omo kan ho
basa ma omo timi shima ni pa ba
Omusman obi ba ma obaye Oh, okay.
Maybe what who pay him maybe pay from no muslim so and then maintain your time baba who what you mean no I what did I
yeah
assign yes want to go my assistant and now secretary big my assistant or secretary or your PR to go and present you no be a big deal
and you one on mobile
offer you will finish you know the time better from a catch.
But you hold on, Mamina. Pauli, chairman, concerned drivers. Now, hello, Pauli. That is saying. Okay, Mwakwa Baba need FM Ghana Muntie Jumedi so anope.
Concerned drivers association. And Papa GP
So here now nimfasa na mo no crash say concerned mo kan ku hu Okada riders, Abuso kind spare part dealers, and a true drivers. Moko Rajon Mahama Honum say and rap. Na Mubuta ni na Masem Yina say baby a dunu dear. This or no and obiting about Ghana ye. No cray.
Inia. I mean, you know, a few days soon. I mean, coming so a few days. A car concern for dear. Abuso a car for dear, 1 year, or Mancasara recover dear. Okwana wako no on say for member back and count yenim wo mo sise ya wo mo de koi mini akwesi abadi concern ye ku a ye register a ye wo ye certificate ye de yan ye fi se do ma ma ye be support no ana ye fi se alatamati ana ba o ye be support na eno bi ene be twa benku ase nenum Ekuni de no and na me na ye you from regions executive no tell me that na mo na motui and then ka tell me say wo mu nya botre because mi kuro makoso mo afien se na me bra fi nya me ba na me bibra the same executive na me bi so bia ya the statement be ba monte am pa na do me fresh executive no member ba ko compound ni wa o ka tell me say that idea no ni mo bi wo mu kura problem say that man I'm a flow kada wo mtema no wo secretary no wo mkatem say na ma eda jobre ye pa cho ne kura wo nim ho hwe nipa na wo kwa wo nim ho hwe mini akwesa boade na me ye ko chairman na me de ku ano na se ye ko ye bibi na ye ne signature answer afi na ye ne ye ya sai na ye secretary amini sifo ana owura ana me PR David Aguado I am national vice chairman. On the sign here, not a then say account. You need to say, oh, my, the any concern at the Drivers Association. And number that year to say, your channel watching. You got trauma penny and not do fear to say, when you have to be one papa channel. Over so now, you get you so full of everything. No can say income tax yatum. No can say insurance yatum. And not a year in the home. That the man is my day. That's a control and support to the individual be a working. And the own no concern for young copy. Omo nipa ba ko pedina or so baby. And tell me so TV regular.
Osio ba hwedi no na echi o mama so ate.
And no no kwa be na wom. But they na juma gu. Aye control ma panyin na do fee omo for lot and resign. 4 years ni Aduma wa mai da ba for what you campaign na ko tna fie. E no wa sama na ya plan ya da ba for ye betu na mon. Ukuda be na woti. That's why I'm for that Tanzania. Yani mama no ya papa no ye bia tire yen. E di an dia be tna ni fie. E bi se sa pala pa bibi wa ni papa wa. Anopa bi oba so na papa tin gate ya. Ye ko tna ni ma police station ho. E no na ya plan ni. Da mom say ye see e ko say ye ko try support no dia matter. Tamu no dia wo mo tamu no. Yani de na djuma ni yanzu no. E di ya tira wo. Wo mo ya wo ma dia, wo mo nyama yen. Onyama wo.
Chese.
Minim sa executive ba ko kra ni wo. Ma fra great akra ma mabisa no. So ni mu kon wo mu kon ma se onu kra di on take kra se bibi e koso. Na mum plan na ya take say ye be ye
Ochina, now what you know. And no organize the driver for you know me never what now. And she had trauma penny and other say, or for that only if you.
Okay. Enti anope ni apese Tijani Mohammed eti eni Ghana for mutie woni FM so anope ni se enya ade a momo ka ho bi mu nkonko ho ma mpanyi dada. Okay. All right. Which means you don't share in your mo can say bia because almost say enyama nko yie nti omfi se urajo mahama no betimi eba beji Ghana no mumu hu ni sa.
Ye ni problem on no to sana mo no timi fa sana mo. Ye nim but ye say now ya no ka say. Ya two income tax mu. Mimi tax no na be tani 420 say 9 something. Insurance and I'm in 300 and say 600. I know what some any other say man penny at me trap. Some of Ghana to me print it for 10 billion. And the finance minister. I went to me a man not $3 billion or so continue. And he will go for the bit my baby. Obekate and say, Yanni 11 2. You're not have a 4 piano by lolly station. I call Quatamale, I call Kumasi, or no for Latalanga. Oh, yeah, you know, I thought the only way you will catch and place a young corner and quacha. You know, way of also. At the end, the other side, MPs, 80% is so meaningful. One call the Amako Matu. You see, the woman to make no now, about 3 months in Ukasa or baby and no move home. You better not take this agenda in view. The no one can ever bow because you're near tea. You're my minimum for office. I'm on my two matema. Why is that me a blank yet? Let me hear before me, Papa. I'm going to feel. I'm going to get you. Over piano to over piano over piano 1 week to 2 or 1 month. Over your plot through or you for ya. You never over tell feel. Open the papa from that. Near the say because I'm a year and share your tuma. What campaign yet to my tia? And so I'm buy you know. Okay.
Okay, hold on, Meba. Mohammed.
Hello.
Yeah, Pacho Jansu Kakrama mina. Ras Yampedu, co-chair, ma I was so kind spare pass dealers na. Story non so chese almost omuka hobina. Yemusano because senya Pauli King na yan say Siamo so dien pa omuka senate. Tiame mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope.
Yeah, kwasi me je woso na what say.
Me ho ye pa unso e.
Me ho ye konfo nyina chiachia.
So papa. So senior story ne tie no na no pay Mohammed Tijani awoda Okada riders for no omuku na no amayenya ne tie no. Enra moka ho na moko ye Rajon Mahama ne office say wo medi Ghana nim na sisi Ghana ahye no.
Ye kwasi be da se meche watie fo nyina. But I said we the myself for it's not say Aboso can spare pass the less association into an amobiasa. Make us say me coach I can watching what and take a aquaman on it. And I'm also there now chimney in the war quo Obame Bahima that the Okokura and see I want to try and walk say by ye. Make me your first vice, the second vice. Almost also minimum in common be Bia Sanfi home by say about short kind spare pass there's a situation a trend a mobile chista. Yanko for anyone of and never be at me coswa made the spare pass for no yet the spare pass with the ababishim. And you know, make now on authority say. Aboso account that's a spare pass situation phone to an amobia sana yes you need to an amobia say association is non-political you fire want to share my same it will say will be on the political affiliation here but as a leader it's not anymore no ana mo two bisa no ye makwan ma won two sana mo no na ye mpene mo two sana mo no ye council of elders 8 man of prayer in two sana mo ye show mo amodi spare pass meeting for sabi amanyo semono na emwa association no can be asked because it can hear enya no correct
there's a Moso muyim who film say munim who shame muntu bibia muntu anamo biasa.
Kwasi making your account authority say about your accounts per president association to an amobiasa yen so into an amobiasa say nipa bi very clear interest and answer and I'm more pay the spare parts meeting a shimwa say omo but ye who film say into an amobiasa yin tu sa na mo bia so sa
adentina muntu anamo bia so sa
was me di kan ka cho say association no obeye leader obia one a political affiliation yinim but say obedi association ni din e be try na mo say o ko former president Mahama concern say o me say in sense be saying and now president Akufo-Addo say and be say ni there enya di association in penny for the mouth kwan kra that's oba ne sa pepa na wo de entitimu no how na be association so was me ka say being show emra na omopa MC wa be kuma center group we be hu yen say spare parts for ye dia no tumu bia penny for beti nti yen fa ya no tum say nipa bi ane na omopa no nti yen fa no ye ka yen ho press conference yen tu one na mo I can't say any point blank say yen to me because say yen the anoko to me say ye pekwasi na say empanifo na mfa kwasi amba ne de kwaku eba kwaku be hunu say yen no enya adwen yen no yen penasem nti eba ne sa ebe kwati association no ene ye bpa ye nti ye hu film ye mo moti ase ye hu film yen ka hu bi omo ko obia ye de baba say MC no yen ne be ye adwuma and ya omo the MC by and ni adwuma woni ni bibia esan se ye fa ye ho hyehyɛ o mama yo se mu saa ne tie sɛ ama yo se mu a se ye po bi abedi president ana se po bi abeyi bibia association ni ntimi fa ne ho hyehyɛ mu de bia da san sɛ ɛhɔ yɛ tro e ba ne saa na ebe ma association ni nyina so akɔfom de be ha dwi daakye nti yen ezeka di so ni nyina de meeting account authority sɛ who political affiliation or your politics will feature them when it comes to say ya baba so kan you try na mo one for political affiliation ma be fa him e che ya dwe pepe association a constitution at here e dey adwuma because meeting ya can say I was so can spare president association na mo na bi tu no amudi e dey fa nya yen ya na ye ni so nye ho nti make say mene penpanifo be di ho komo sisi ya the Wakawdia, the Bayan investigation, no more two son or mono. The Quay, yes, it forced a domo fastwire, the Bay, you know, the kind yes, natural.
Okay, all right. Mohammed. So, what's your me knowing? Yeah, Siam Pedu, Spepa Dilesi, Wakasa, Sansona Pawuli, concern and Swakasa. Nyomukan now, much as a woman Hoshi, Sana Moy, Yanaka found.
Me wa fa un the way we think up when fame hello
yeah me too
the way we think up when fame but all ye na numbers so yeah ye ba you na obi number me kwa na
yeah me too
Abosoka association Okada Riders association Traders association but obisa same no be your number obi so ma onim ya me kira me see there Okada na chairman obi an say me chairman about me
meet you pa
very good what mean your number omo me Abosoka ni Riders union da it's constant to go your number e bet ma friend na wa bi so ada omu yi omu anya omu a amani ni po ni omu kasa me bia ni papu fo ma ayo bi mo anja amagi atu ketem kaka was shy.
Okay, all right, so okay,
thank you very much.
Right, so Sian
hello question
yeah Sian ni pa wili na question come am na e bia Sian obedi kan afa. So Sanya Muhammad Tijani kan is it also the case here ekuo no yes mo mane bi ho na ekuo mane bi ho no a won wo gidie wo eye ora John Mahama wonti omo no mutu sa na mo no
Kwasi sabi o. We adwuma wo friends Nit FM. Nti sɛ wopɔ ba adwuma na wopɔn na wokɔ na sɛ wokɔkɔyɛ wa ubi wa yibi a yɛntumi nka nkyerɛ wo sɛ ɛyɛ peace FM for na tu saa na mo no obi ankɔfa peace FM for edi ma mɛbata ho peace FM for nsoma wo sɛ Kwasi kɔyɛ adwuma so ABC di mae ne wa kɔyɛ wadwuma bi a unti fa Nit FM na yɛ friend say despite media di mata ho but you can't catch yourself also can on obi on the political affiliation yeah tijani a nipa na okasa ndira so ni mi ana nipa de 2000 mon me kan ho bia na when you kabot when we first vice when we second vice when we organizers when we wine emu hwan na kan wa the association ke ba bata ho ntodu aboso kan no for so on de na ma boso kan no nyem obi kwa wa onye member of the association obi say nipa na kan say na ID card I just a member of the association no or the 2000 mon e wo hefa eti sebe oko jankwan hye baby a no bia de nipa bi edi nkomo no saboso kan fo a enya de ye ni ke ho sa de am ye mu ye di mfim concerns others for me bi omo ye so mo ko demonstration omo de aboso kan fo di ba ho ye ba out the culture say ye nka ho me say for Kwasi wa platform ye aso na e di sa nkomo no bibi bia na nipa bi from interest bia thinking saboso kan e wodin aboso kan gina ne na so ntino omo ya no di aboso kan fodi abesim no na enya de a sabi ye mu bi wo hwa e betene mo di sa association ni din e na na mu di ani mo twetwe fo mo sa na nya fe tu anamo ne aboso kan fo yen sabi ye mo o ya no mu yo sabi ye ti bon kosofo bi do ho ne pese ye kan ye nso si ye kan si ye bo si yen ya ye pese ye si ubi any musani sabi ye mu bi and association ye comport ye wana ye conduct ye ho in terms of say person ye try argue ye pa on pucho wanya mu bi na mo ya monye na mo for say mu insist no no amonye mu fa boso ka di na bata ho ye mpene sa e fa boso bedri e pene sa ye ni ho
all right Pauli
Kwasi
yes sir
papa no kasa oni mi pa me so mi ni pa estreno yenye demonstration yendi ono iku abeshim there were concerns papers association e wa boso kan modano na yefia no community kasa mafo ayen the secretary then it take ayen oni mom na me so minimum ono metimi ni share meeting ono no so ni share meeting yen koye demonstration bia nani bese 2 months ni omo ye demonstration ni wo akra
ni medase pa
matri we dase boye demonstration yi ko shiai ene ye ka se executive ni nyina ho regional executive ni nyina bai ene ye so eko ni de ye ko demonstration ni wo ye individual person ko bia no problem ye person ye be master media bi interview na be ka se wo jina ma concern asema me kan me executive ni nyina die because me ka se me be ka sa ho no your platform ye dia to so nti adaba fu etie ene a wo me concern drivers ni wo ye pempem me akasa me PRO okobi okasa eno okasa se concern and me ati ni 3 days in self for friend me wo village me ye juma me ye fa me ka me juma me share wo enu pa me so no na wo mo friend on ne kasa o ye pa na friend David wa mrano ye man suspension bisano o kaso be ka tro o ko 6 months ye tie man kasa eti ye ne ko ye de mra na ye juma e ko bi amra ni mu enye ku
okay all right
ye okada ma papa no yes no so see our evidence ye na executive no ba ko anami no ba ya so na friend opa ne number ma o ma on kata
Mate yebe jani akara metie for nti sia medase Mohammed medase Pauli medase why
medase papa nya me shira
all right etie for ni akara ye de mamo mo ankasa mo make decision so asema ba beto honum sia no pay ya tunu nyina e de amamo na mo adwenche ebi aba e wo hanum sia memfa bi mfa ntwem na please Kwasi If the executives of the NDC have written to their parliamentarians not to approve the president's nominees for ministerial appointments, what is the NDC's MPs doing at the vetting or appointment committee? Okay. Mr. Ted, Golf Estate, no, the free, NOD, and no, ebaye. Amisco Spelele Ewokaswa says that, in fact, the release by the NDC on the disapproval of ministers is statistically insignificant. Per yesterday's vetting, I'm very optimistic that Parliament will approve them to shame critics. Eben Ewokwabinya will say Ghana doesn't need more ministers, and I think 40 is okay. So the president should listen and do the needful. That's one here. Eben Kwabinya and the free and the buy. Honorable Brian Champon said to Atoforsin, you too, that's Brutus. Ghanaians continue to reject family and friends in terms of national interest. Ghana will be the best. That's Bright Eddie Free, Belgium, and Odibaye. In fact, the newly elected NDC National Executive should be serious. If they want their members of parliament not to approve the new ministerial designates, then what's their business on the appointment committee? Sometimes I find it difficult to understand them, no wonder, but because they are exhibiting their hypocritical attitude. Yaw osanki de edifri eye taifa eno dear no ede ebai. Master Red, that's what we, the good people of Ghana, have seen what the NDC and their minority, we, the good people of Ghana, have seen that NDC and their minority are not having the nation Ghana at heart at all. How could you direct your MPs to disapprove ministers for the country? That's Master Red with that one. Roya Gabi Efirkuma says the minority caucus may have their views respected and have some form of disagreement, but they shouldn't use such disagreements to stampede the government. Roya Gabi with that one. So the NDC think they can do better than the MPP. I don't think so. Ghanaians must think twice. Ofisechi, Kitase, NOD free, NOD Enobai. Musa Abattoir says Honorable K.T. Armand was full of indiscipline. Even when Honorable Afeyanwakin was helping him with leading questions, he was confused. I'll be surprised if drill ship merchant sailed through because instead of answering questions, was rather attacking and accusing opposition, especially on the drill ship matter. Musa Abattoir, NOD by Neat FM Sunu Asu Guiano Yada Sugusu, your friends, and my coso, my Ghana na Bibia Bocodie, Ecoye, Bibia Wati and Kane, San and Yamu City, and never saw the levels native semper, Casma Bay, a Dunum watche, na non chrono abo. Doctor into
and you our own matter.
It's a drill ship, no MC need you.
Where?
Drill no, we need you.
Abusuafo the Bokata the leaders party anim ha. Watra say open frama ye home a anya kura ye nkran de no a. Ewiase nyina wo mo say open frama. Yani atenkra he ye magicians. Wey abrofo no anko mo ayare dada dam ye do mo akogu hospital.
India Mumbai cross omo ho.
Esimeni but was say Accra air. Quality west in the world. Inti atrasa Mumbai no awoka. Yani aye tenkra. Ye magician. Yeah. Yan yare nkogu hospital. Yeah, that's only them Kobe.
There be a shisha home.
That DNA Sumaya. It could possible. Person from my whom quay muno. Yeah, we are singing a travel say, a ya would depend a dear corner with the yaba, and yakura. na Democrat anim hanom sei nkɔfoɔ esu abranteɛ Christian abaako a megya wɔ delegate Democrat anom no yɛ ɛyɛwura abedi ayi opele ɛnra wɔne n'abusua wɔn nso ɛkɔ Christian atu n'abusuafoɔ nkyɛn ɛkɔ ma wɔnom yɛ akɔ nti yɛwura abedi ayi opele no nso ɛkɔ yɛn nei nipa bebree no a ɛkɔ abranteɛ Christian abusuafoɔ nkyɛn ɛkɔma wɔnom yɛ akɔ nkakra isan sɛ wei ɛne nea aba abɛto yɛn ɔbakwasi menim but no wɔ mo kyerɛ sɛ ɛne da earthquake foforɔ sɛ asiɛ ɛwɔ Turkey hɔ nom a wɔn kyerɛ sɛ ano ade paa baako esi yɛ enipa a ewuo keka kɔ 50,000 ɛna second one bio asensi ɛwɔ Turkey hɔ nom a bio na kyerɛ sɛ afie 2023 deɛ ɛyɛ Turkey fo ama ne hunu paa menyi ni da sɛ wɔn wura betumi afi saa to yere nkyɛm yi a ato adehye a ɛwɔ Turkey no san sɛ wɔn ahunu amane paa Turkey fo ehunu ayayadeɛ sɛ na wɔte baako pɛm ehyia bebrebe ɛnte saa to anananom wɔn nseɛ do a ano ɛya na Daily Dispatch anim ha nso wɔde adehye a still wɔn gu so esu Christian akyi no wɔde wɔn mfoni aba wɔde Dr. Matthew Opoku prempe yɛ wɔyere no a yɛde kɔgye gold a yɛde kɔgye wɔyere no ho asɛm ɛwɔ ha na de bɔkata Daily Dispatch anim ha ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ mmarahyɛ bɛtani ma adehye ɛwɔ Atim Squadro ɛno wɔ Eastern Region ɛyɛ ononyamfoɔ Kennedy wɔ sɛ nyaako ɛna wɔtrɛ sɛ ewiase yɛtire wɔ nom a yɛnhyɛ kotodwe mpanin si yɛsoma ɔbɛnyansafoɔ yɛnsoma na mɔntenten yɛpaba yɛn kwan so anya kyɛnkyɛn sɛ MPP amanyɔkɔ kɔto aba akɔyi flag bearer obi a obetumi aboa na party no ebreki 80 a ɛnyɛ obi asɛ His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia esan sɛ papa no wabɔ ne bra yie wasom party ni yie wahu ne nsa wohoro nti wɔne mpani didi a ɛyɛ yie na senti a wɔka sɛ ni sɛ wɔtena sɛ papa yi ɛbra a wɔbɛyɛ afrankatufo abɛdi akyire de ma mpani na na adodankɔ akufo ado wonya ne ho asɛm nka da sɛ katasesa ne proyɛ adwirimdie bi abatabata ne dwumadie ho wonya no wɔyɛ obi a wɔdi ne ho ni wɔbu ne ho ɛna Ghana hanom nso sɛ mmabunu mpani nkɔkora nkwadaa obiara pɛ n'asɛm nti wayɛ adeɛ paa saa bere yi deɛ so wɔn kɔto aba nipa ɛsɛ so wɔn to aba yi no ɛyɛ His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia esan sɛ NPP betumi abreki 8 no a tekiti no ate so wɔn di kuta Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia na wɔkyerɛ mu a papa yi baabi a wayɛ adwuma wɔ sɛdeɛ Ghana fo agye no watum afa no lano a ɔno a ɛna wɔkorɔ na Ghana Health Service ɛna ɛbɔ Ghana fo kɔkɔ sɛ abortions a wɔn record no payday ɛyɛ 2022 hɔ wɔn mpo yɛ de wɔn record o dakoro biara no abortion nko a 21 ɛna wɔn ɛyɛ na mmere nso yɛyɛ abortion so obi anyim ama no nwɛ na akɔ yegu ni akɔ yegu na the implications bebree ade brɛ wɔn nti wɔn tu Ghana fo sɛ that the abortion ɛkɔ no ɛdɔɔso paa nti mo nhwɛ na munyae na baabi abortion no na ɛwɔ soro paa yɛ Asante Mantem Asante Region wɔn de wɔn yɛ abortion paa second by Eastern Region so wɔn yɛ abortion third by Western Region and fourth by Greater Accra Region that region see and wɔn yɛ abortion paa nti abortion no muncha na muncha so na munyinsan a monwo first ne na esuro obi yɛ so abɔ musuo ɛna wonyim a wombo musuo wonyim a wo wo na the chronicle de bokrata nanim ha damba wahina wo ho en wotre se that in alayo dene na wa atu edin nsegu no so en waka se ye alan kodo tremante ewia sesa ye kaye se nyankopon kunwa awate asefo ye kwa ebubro nkosu ade be ye nsaida alan tremante anwenie epo ayi yatawachi papa edru so wotam no anie etinye bia ni ho ekane no o party kura mayense se dada we ni wa we na ekro enti ampa ba bi adrei ye wo kura ifiri wo no mo pe se jampani se ye wo kɔ ne ye bɔ no nkwantene ya ne ye wo ba ade na bi wo ho dada enti so mu kɔto aba wo mu sei wo kɔ damai wo no nyina ade se ni nyina na na kyerɛ se wo mu nyina tai owura lan kojo tremante echi wono ena wo mu de franka ne kura no a obetumi de onimdie aba owura ka tiamo enra de wono anso wote ne ho gina normally wo you obi na naturally no anase nature naturally ni an wote wo obi asem aye hia asem no wono wode bedi agro but enra no committee ni kire ne se ehonum no nya agro no mu di wo ho wo mu tre no pa enti ni usual tactics eni na agro die bia wo ya de a wonya serious no wo mu tre no wo committee no wonu ma ne hunu say yes anum de enya agro na wo mu edie enti wata se nra etiamon wa yenim no a sometimes wo di agro wo ni dwumadie mu ade bia ye ni bresam kra na odi di agro no enra de wenya na hogoro so ewo committee no na minority fo no mo kacha mampani na nado se ade omu aspect afiri ne ho ne se ni ministers ni 86 wanti sumra 65 da wati suba 65 dia eni omu ba support no mampani na nado danko akufo ado eni wotre se Ghana ye position ewo Russia ni Ukraine to kwano ho no ebesi on principles si wakoto ase obi so na wo buni pa cross sign ni amade Ghana fo ye ni nyi ho initially no na nka bia ye support obi ampa wo wakoto ase obi so wa abo no enti principle mu no Russia fo mo anya ni yie enti ye condemn mo opa mo mabo ye condemn mo na Proverbs chapter 16 verse 25. There is a way that seems right to a man, but end is the way to death. Okwan bitini woni pe ni so. Nanso na wiye ye no aya na eyiwo. Sana de bokrata the chronicle bokrata walker. Na the new crusading guide enim ha KTMon eda ha no wache se industrialization ene betumi asesa economy no ora Stephen Ayensu intim ono ye national chairman ma MPP amanyoko na nsen emensadan tinen papa ebia wo mo hyehyɛ niam wotra se date ya wo mo de baye presidential ne parliamentary primaries ante wo mo ba fix ni nyina kama ate ama Cocoa board na GT and wo mu da wo de tra de sia etu kwan e wo Kotoka International Airport abra na ye tokre de no ononyamfo alan kojo tremante koduru dambai na adesia no fa na la onya ba bi kura anfa ne nansi enipa no boje no so ase aduru so Eco Bank nkura bata e wo Kenya and wo mu appoint Josephine Anan Ankuma se ono and one kwaye new managing director and former Eco Bank ya ewo Kenya occupy Ghana for and wo mu chasa buying the responsibility akọ Public Officers Bill 2022 occupy Ghana for say woman chase adie no emfiri mrase bedefi na they find that the bureaucrat anim ha man da ha since Kosia Fremo so pare or your chief of staff and what some time ago woman the directives to be by ya the ministers deputy minister chief executive officers no woman account nyina no yasema muntu kwan the mu betu kwan ya tisa de kro no hia pa the free sabre na yese sa amra no a ene yesa tedaye nti obia tu kwan said you pay bia wo sa hyem won tu kwan basaba say wo be permit e the free wonum nchen anase directives eba ansa na wo betu kwan a watu because sisi a ye ho akyere ye ni sika enkokorafo sika kura ye age na mu ministers ne deputy ministers ne chief executive officers ni abom ho kana mo kwa abrochi the free sabre de ko na akwantuo ni yagyae na wo betu kwan a the directives in the bands wako ononyamfo alan kojo tinamantin dru ai wo mu chese oye wo mu de se kron ono na ye the true son of the mai wo mu dono afa senior high school placement no deputy coordinator trese o hawa abechire bia wo mu be solve owura Steven ayensu intim woni tiri ho hyen ene woda ha date ya wo mu de be ya primaries enche woda ba abatu na the business analysis so what the Captain Prince Kofi Amoabe retired akomko on the days wo fiti kroti ana ne ho ade afie mu wo ba hu say yes tuti bank ura na eba no ene de we bia ken wo trese bank no a wo mu collapse ne wo ma anya Eco Bank in Kurabate Kenya. Anan a new managing director. Congratulations. Consumer and Womutra says is here, dear. The Sika Yenyano. Dudwana Yedi. Construction say bia ye si dying ye tabrox. I say a coffin cry. The mum. Bia ye spendi scanning na ye yenum ye di ye sika ne ye kobra ne ya kodi ye nya ya adwene se me or cement or iron or asate ye construction ba ko ye say no kwesi ya no nkoso so atekura shi na sika no ba bia ye spendi ya hand to mouth nnuane bi te sɛ ɛmo anwa binsi dare kwache saa nneɛma ni yɛdi ne kɛse paa sika nala ebi ne wɔn ade bi akɔsi dan nti sika a yɛnya nyinaa yɛdi wɔ yɛnum yɛne mmaa na afei new vehicle registration DVL foɔ wɔn kyɛ so wɔn adi kran ne ɛyɛ 57.6% ya na BOG for omo eba okrata business analysis ono so ode abani na daily statement anim ha nyamfo alan kojo kiremanten so ntakrate ewo de okrata ahudo ni nyina mu eye dambaye adesia no afanela owura Steven ayensu intim and what I say, Mra, a bo MPP, a manual rules and regulations, ya guide them on. Someone find your campaign, no. Any question will be a busso, will be a far respect and family and uncle. Woman part of the dear be a Africa Prosperity Dialogue, yeah, after no. Woman aid who and come over honey. Ah, you can pay Teddy to me. Akoso. Ewo ebibi memu ewiase afa na nyina bobokuo omu nyina esu abrantie Christian atri afo omu de aba ne de aba kane aba half for the hour, Ghana Football Association, the hour, Premier League, the hour, Ankran John, the football, Omodoso, ya at the nedia at the. Now, the insight, what I say, when a young fallen could go to the man, I know, this year no afano la, unya baby crown with nurse, umubot no so. I was Tressa or Sergeant for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I was a book was ambassador. Kwame Nkrumah, ya almost a Timota. Oh, so and I Ghana, my first. I couldn't do Ajma, running so walk Kaka, and you may. Ghana deputy ambassador, ya what time. Bubble be able Bobano so and say, Passy or Yoko royal family, bonus was a war 4 months. Oh, 1 when yeska, and what day 4 months are left to right and afe bottomine and Nungati, Mudia, Ebia, Womoba, and this Yamanyoko parliamentary plus. That's a 80% branch executive. More than being black and woman William. Now, the uncle, the bucket, and anymore. And now, what I say, you can't stop a you can't stop a spare or cobe my dry youth or charge or catch them in a commission. The petition be a woman, the abre woman. Nadia ubetumi aside woman. Education minister on Yadia, the dear son, Yansano. I am fat for Now for KTM on a tampon, the grade woman pa. Woman test earthquake for frocra, as I hate it. Am I dying be a Japan baby? Oh, hawk. Now the hawk, the Ubocrat, and what I said, a brand a friend is so near my. Or ye on a young fall and could go to the man. The boy, no. I said, ye or no air campaign, no. Which I say, and yakura, the boy, no. Portiona umutuno. Casamuno, a year a busiamuntit. Ya, what dear Juma. Thank a day here. It will be. But I say, Swumba Kofa, Martin, I am a flag bearer. And I never to a bam. And I get Wakums. Okofa not now. Down to a Amokofa can and a flag bearer. I will expect to say, Martinez to Abama. Hassano. Auntie. This man, I am money. Good day. KSB. Edia. The baby, our number I woke up. Wow, Betsy. Or bowing, I don't know. Yes, no. I'm penning another danko kufu admin. The copywriting, baby, air cost. Now, the Meridian, oh, chief, ya catcher soldier for, ya posy for, say, woman quatu or hin, ya best say, Yama, woman dear see quine, and in Yama, woman sin or hanum, and Yaniam, woman maquida, and ma a posy for. A broader consultation. Presidency and a parliamentary promise MPP and you could abaye. They adopted Africa Prosperity Dialogue. The bet to me abuana after implementations. It to me. Now telegraphic Democrat anymore. Institution of Surveyors and now they in your digital map. I wore my money. It would Nanaya Cranty, a chief executive officer. MIF. ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ 1.7 billion ɛna 3.2 ɛyɛ 12 months. Na mframa a yɛhome wɔ nkran anom sei no wɔn kyerɛ sɛ akora nti na yɛrebɔ wankete nti wobɛhu sɛ wohyia obi na ɔyɛ nipa korɔ fɔɔto a ɛyɛ mframa no a woturo wɔ mu paa antaa hospital ɛde supply yɛ sɛ 2.8 million Ghana cedis nkonkotua n'afoɔ keetia ɛna wɔsupɔt wɔ sɛ ɛma yɛkra firi aburokyire de ba no dɔɔso do yɛnhwɛ na yɛnte so na yɛne ayɛde a yɛdi no wɔ kura mu no yɛma yɛni dan sɛ wadeɛ ɛyɛ yi a waa yɛyɛ na de bɔkrataa mede ɛtoa so yi ɛyɛ de bɔkrataa yɛfrɛ no sɛ the chronicle na chronicle anim ha ɛnra wɔn ɛkɔ asetena committee yɛ a yɛbɔ obi di wɔn mɛyɛ so afo a wɔn ano no wɔn gu so a ɛtoto mpanimfoɔ ano ɛhwɛ deɛ wɔsɛ fata na wɔn de ɛyi ahyɛ no ɛno ɛna ɛkɔduru baabi n'afoɔ brana sampo ade ne yɛ no nwanwa paa sɛ anadamfo brɛboɔ paa no nti ɛba ne sɛ na etumi ɛdere ne sa ɛmo no na ɛnkyɛ parliamentary primaries na ɛbɛba abrekuma central sɛ deɛ ɛyɛ Jefferson Saki ɛna ebu akwa nso ebu akwa hɔnom sei no adesie ne nyinaa ɛpɛ wɔ wura Kingsley Agyeman scholarship secretariat na wokɔ esikuma ɔdɔben bra kwanso a mmeranteɛ ne nyinaa ɛndɔse William Edu Oduro 80% yo all of them wɔn nyinaa sɛ William Edu ɔno ɛna wɔkorɔ ɔno apɛ ɛna mmeranteɛ ne nyinaa ɛpɛ no this time around deɛ mmerasɛ bɛgya no ɛyɛ new energy ɛna wɔn ɛde bɛnti mmeranteɛ mogyamono ɛna wɔn ba bɛwurawura mu a na wɔn ɛkɔ wɔn anim a ɛne sa na ebokrataa yɛfrɛ no sɛ Ghanaian Times anim ha ɔde Dr. Kwabena Dufuo mfoni abɛtoa wɔse currently economic management team ya wɔn manage economy wɔn de Ghana akɔsɛ dit wɔn de yakɔsa amena mu sɛ esuro His Excellency the Vice President ɛna Ken Woforiata kasam so afo wɔn mmɔnɔma adeɛ yɛbɛsiw so anke yɛhyɛ wo ma amamu akwanya bi a wɔwiase bi a yɛde amamu baabi a motumi de Ghana akɔsɛ ne adia yɛmada woroma wɔsrɛ ma mpani sɛ wɔnyi wɔn mu mfiri hɔ na wɔmpɛ economic management team foforɔ koraa mfa mmra na saafoɔ ɛna betumi de changes ya yɛte ho yi paa deɛ wɔnyi ndi sɛ biribi papa bi abetumi afiri na
well so I'm sure sɛ yɛnya berɛ na kenkan deɛ ɛbɔ nkrataa no bi nso deɛ ama moahu sɛ mo a ɛkɔ so anɔpɛ kɔma yɛbɛda ase na yɛde ɛno asi hanom sei na ne aka ne yɛde atoa so abɛnamaafo no akenkan yɛde ɛbɔ nkrataa no deɛ ama need 100.9 Ghana montie so ɛno ase oguei ɛnkyɛ yɛbɛdi nkɔmmɔ ahodoɔ nso a aka anɔpɛ ɛwɔ yɛ dwumadie so but before that mame nkenkan ɛyɛ comment no bi na yɛnkɔ yɛnim ɛntoa so ɛwɔ hanom saying Kwasi, did I hear some chiefs saying government should give Kujeto a black security? Is he not the security expert? Is he more human than Reverend Kusi, Watin, Henry, Kessie, Ododo Dio, Eno Di Free, Eno Di Buy? Ablekuma says, because we all know the problems the whole world is going through, including our dear country, because of COVID. But the behavior of the NDC shows clearly they are not the alternative to solving the problems of this country. The only thing they are good in doing is their usual mischief and propaganda. NDC never again. The president's recent speech in Addis Ababa for African heads of state summit with regards to the coup d'etat is indeed an urgent reference that needs to be looked at. There is the need to solidify our continental peacekeeping forces to ensure a swift intervention against such irresponsible practice, as well as ensuring toughest punishment for any coup maker. Osekweku Edifi UK and Odianoba Kwame ABOAGYE or Cape Coast. The NDC appears confused. It is unclear what they want to communicate between the press release and press conference. In this press release issued on 19th February, the NDC directed its MPs not to approve any of the ministerial nominees. In the press statement issued on 20th February, they made a definite call to reject all ministerial nominees. Well, Kwame ABOAGYE, with that lengthy one, had to just truncate it. Now, KWASI, the NDC is confused about the nomination. Vetting and approval of ministers designated have to be approved. Them not to breach the constitution. Hey, great asset, Casio of Anko, and the free the buy. Al Hassan Sisi from Zenu Central. There's the placement of this year's SHS student BC. Okay, please. Been so far has not been far too fair. Okay, I'm sure that's what you want to say. I'm just saying fair to the private school students, in my opinion, because a good number of students who scored good grades have been denied their first, second, and third choice. Na memra neat.
And some of what you call bata, assume said don't change the major, assume Ghana Muntie so, a neat. Hey, catch it, listen in here, and no more about to Todiami Baba no one dear no. Come so to me. Hey, I shall, now Becca. Ya John to Mammy and Saint Duku, Portomanto, this way chocolate drink, Nakan or she, Amphibian Superinu our arena, this way chocolate drink, Nakan, ya, I shall, we don't come on to more, maybe one wants to share crowd your home, who had your weapon home, who got a battery, and a form one. This way chocolate drink.
Hey, catch up a pair, Baba Wari. I shall, ye fear said this way chocolate drink. Ya sorry no pa no ne yenom ye ye be hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some pepper. Cassia Bo. Go work at Tamonsa. Amaya say. Cassia Boye.
Onye yimu. No cretrodo. Kalagile kamadile bo.
Nita Fair.
MONTIE. KWASI ABOAGYE 100.9.
KWASI Bonkwe.
At the rock of Yaman Woman so Ejiji Tonton Sansan, ewo neat 100.9 FM. Hey, catch it, listen in here, and no more about to Todiami Baba no one dear no. Come so to me. Hey, I shall, now Becca. Ya John to Mammy and Saint Duku, Portomanto, this way chocolate drink, Nakan or she, Amphibian Superinu our arena, this way chocolate drink, Nakan, ya, I shall. Aso, we then come on to more. Maybe one wants to share crowd your car home. We had your weapon home. Ugasa Batatia at the form one. This way chocolate drink.
Catch up a pair, Baba Wari.
Aso,
Yefia said this way chocolate drink, your Soriano pan on Yanum. Ye bishop free genome snack. Yenya who I don't yet serve woman. Ye did really a pebibia bog we had Yasua. This way chocolate drink in Yanum. And at this one, what's Yanua? Has such a woman, cocoa woman, pricky woman, bibia woman. I don't hear any so here.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any so here.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more jet to say a yeah.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think special ice natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some pepper. Cassia Bo. Kowaka Tamunsa. Amaya Sa. Cassia Boye.
Onye Yimu, no Cretrodo, Kawakileme Kamadini Bo.
Nita Fair.
Mama Yentie. ABOAGYE 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
At the work of Fiaman Woman so Ejiji Tonton Sansan, I will need 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Oh, there's some pepper. Cassia Bo. Kowaka Tamunsa. Amaya Sa. Cassia Boye.
Onye Yimu, no Cretrodo, Kawakileme Kamadini Bo.
Nita Fair.
Mama Yentie. ABOAGYE 100.9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was surprised myself when I found out that buffer stock is struggling to the extent that they had the opportunity to feed the free SHS program, they have supplied quite a lot, but they are not getting payments on time. So beyond their initial seed capital, they are struggling in other areas. This is something that I will push to reverse immediately, that I get in. I know that these are hard times, but I will advocate strongly that as part of our national security, we need to ensure that buffer stock is positioned to deliver us when we get there. So, Ranking, be assured, I'm going to work with you to ensure that buffer stock is resourced to do what it's supposed to do.
That's all. Right. Honorable Brian Champon, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture and Atene Studio one say me paying for me no say Solomon Asante of the MPP. He belongs to the communication team of the party. But now say Samson Godwin Mahama of the NDC belongs to the communication team of NDC Amanyukono. Or no so atransi ano pay studio no han say yeba behwe en komo ensema hodo atoju afiti enra ede ba enebnei empo na otwe ni nyina ne yeba bedi ye anope Godwin
no bema
any mom to say
what na do me ho na so
nice yes you gusun kakranka Solomon
hey darling boy
if you have a call
e dum you kuramu
weekend no so echo ye
there's no much to about the weekend. As usual, send a economy. It was a usual routine for me. No been a take a weekend.
Oh, okay. All right.
I hope so. Where dear?
Oh, I'm Kwanya Hodin or Hodum saying. Kwanya Hodin.
When your feedback BMF or Gihog.
Oh, Adrio. Was a Gio. There was a chocolatey of Gio for chocolate.
Last week, manage Gio company.
There was a yes, Unya out the way only Bifa.
There's a package in there by quite fast buy and manager. Okay. I didn't say man kick on.
Okay.
Darling boy.
Darling. Ending Kowano pay. Need 100.9. So Solomon Asante na Aya Gordon Mahama. Na Solo yan shasiye school placement minim so we need DHA. I'm sure say maybe just to refresh kakra there are some voices fiti enra yabobo bia so Messi CB so e dia mamo na menji madwinche ewo ye computer selection program no ministry no say almost about 70% placement and Kodan CCIM say almost about 70%, but there are some our phone being sure one more a few concerns in their kaka home. People have also raised issue about so far senior and senior babe to Jano, but oh me 34, me 35, me 40, obi 39. And in the kaka say, I know she. A be idea, I mean, be idea, but 35 ni 39 ni 40, so people are raising concerns about it.
It's more school BM. Nyami choose we any family and share BM. And na me ba ha say no. Me 34, but mama school bia. But other guy be we class oyi 35. Onyani first choice A school. Ena obi sunya 40 onyani second choice. But me share me die no. We me nya nya e wo say me nya no.
Okay, all right. So when you said, Dr. Mani, yes, Dr. Mani Buama, yes, is a very mystery. Is a serious. Dr. Mani Buama said, was it not a joke?
34, no, there was no one.
It's not a joke. A national issue, I said.
But yet, also bizarre is 34, not the one and I was on ya. As I can see, and then there's a seminal. The only thing I was saying
now
in 1992,
but the way you are laughing, any T ways, meaning so what way or the T ways.
Yes, the results on 39, 35, 35, and in the school, school, when you're back, and I'm going to school 39, when you're the first choice, and you say about because me by the way in school. I think Abraham will say about Mrs. Sam. Jeffrey, the same bedroom will say. Since I'm about to say, I won't be ashamed. since I'm banning results by Mbano, you're happy that because on the side I'm so Troy. Into anyone, the study teacher called yesterday, some results no, you're on tell some nobody has results. Not enough for 39, no school, I'm going to school. Or to sue if I'm my any, I can say, wait, if anything, never some I confused cry. The first choice was to sue a brig girls. The second choice was to sue fancy mine. And I agree. Oh, yeah, move back 35.
Okay, all right. Solomon.
Tell him, boy.
Yes, sir.
Is it in a serious area? Because we can say it's getting serious because we share the mindset, the perception of parents now. We say, but the woman's in Kuala and the show school near Hunia, dear, but the parents, the population, we need some education. Seriously, I don't know school at Kuala or the UABs or the Trobis in, but that schools should be tasked to educate the parents on school selection is animal. The choice of schools are over. Look, let me give you an example.
Okay, school or say the teacher crack catcher and say, the teacher catcher and say the bano or Troy or on Tia says so.
I cannot train the one gas or Troy now. Teacher didn't know any demo on the Osakalani Troy.
Teacher and say no.
We know a fallacy. I mean, let's be serious a bit. Oh, my example, 92. Petro media. I don't know any bees, you know, SSE.
Okay.
Me, no results by. In fact, me choose. Legon Presec.
Okay.
You choose Winnie Bani Apam. This 3.
Okay.
But then you choose 3 pay.
Okay.
Minya 6. In fact, me school mo no. Me na me number of ones scrap top here. Esi obia. Even omo me name me colleague be me the Solomon Asante or no the Francis Asante.
Okay.
Ono enya the number of ones ni exactly 6.
Okay.
Onya 6. Me na me top with the number of ones school mo. But your colleague no need di wo. In fact, you choose science. Okay. Your colleague no need di wo general as the second person.
Okay.
Me didn't hear baby, so I moved to the second choice. Share win by me didn't hear because apart me didn't hear. Me didn't. Then you can say when you're 35 and so you didn't baby. Me didn't but me and dear Janko say there was me nyane me nyao. Nana madam for instance say he is bent on attending the same school with me no. Ono na ne mami enim. The then assistant head e wa academy.
Okay.
Mrs. Look when you baby ko. Nyame fa ne crazy. And I just say kosugu ni mami so solo enya and I say ntimi so me colleague on nti ji say and also okay e mami ni madam for yin enko kasa and on kasa omo see on fire resource I sure good grace 6 also okay then yemi no omo je yemi no nyina koye science on say na de ko ye no I say wait me person so tia na wherever she's listening to peace she should know say 35 and 6 and so 6 menye school by then there was not like computer placement now so menye school nyame adom bi na chese nam so bi oni mo bi wo ba bi na ko ba ne sama mitimi dia akra academy diko wie omonto omobo na baby so omokwa kopie baby a sabi solution center when nya placement on say when nya placement go to me self placement na make us education most of the parents they don't even know say there's something called self placement when nya wan kasa no was so called so na there were place bi obekọ kwa place anka yesa anka parents nyina anim sa de we ne ya anka sa solution center nkrofon konko board dompi mu ko da utie we no about 70% no enya schools no omo maka no enya those places in nkrofo a ombetimi aye self placement untimi a na wa be report na che say the omo aye from the center but at the self placement no yes awofo let me talk to yes awofo aye mba no ewie JHS na omo resource na ba no se oba ne anya school a enu nkire se asem no che say na wie ya no na brother na wie debi there is another option say young post no baby an you will be a friend self place and no wo and choices no you can make the choices say be day school way and now way na me pana school way it e be list a number of schools of okay out of the available no of say way okwa e be boa na wa depending on course or koye any whether accommodation arrange whether board and as a day student no ni nyina wo ye ni nyina na afi da less schools na available per any criteria and any result before no na wa click one kasa wa click on the school we be click no na ya ma prospectus na se fo nya say corner kohwe na fa akwala no de ebra wa place ni pa no we printing it out nti yes say awofo no say oba na enya it's like you shouldn't throw your hands in despair and yes say everything is come to an end no there was me baninya now look akwala when you 35 and I also agree the infancy pim Oh, come on. Infant man, girl. Yes. I mean, look at this. 35. And now, can see teacher in his akolani chiro. Na kolani ngaza munongaza mame we bizane ba say, o chiro etisen. Teacher ni na oni dem ho na da no mo chiro ye no. Teacher ni no ana no wo school.
I say ne ba no say o chiro.
E chiro de wa chiro. But as to say the o chiro ye no, e be meet the examiner e hwehwe no. E wa chiro je. Obi enu obekọ ya asem bi de makọ. Makata so mabompa ye mawie. Chiro de obechiro, but the watch on as to whether e be meet the examiner na hwehwe no. E another thing. Enti ma me ya usue ye serew. Oba no oso wachoro ye ne unjichim utiche ni oba ni teacher kire o se oba no kra wachoro utiche ni nkan hu se dan o mo choro no ni dan mu hobi oba no so o choro no nkwa ne ko no abe ne nkwa akwa te e ba be kan se kan se ne nkwa e ba be ma report ama wo so wagina so de be kan asem tobo to no choro ye no enye the end of it ebinum be mark omo be mark ne be hwe se eye se ne ya hwehwe scheme no da o se Number 1 answer we say ni ye pe no nti akwala akono obechro no ochro na se ni answer na eni nam se ni ye pe no na wanya ni nyina eben ho a wanya se emben ho kra eni eche se sei no ankrofo no ade sa o marking scheme na to ho as market the oba no echro ye no examiner I think say would deliberately say akwada onimo no because nkwala na enye examiner supervisor ba be supervisor no or supervisor kra ba onim say wunie na adena eko examiners no mbe mark omo mark ya onima kwala particular kwala bi no kase otu ni esi ni so say wo de me mark you down no scheme no no mo dey mark it throughout enti yesra wofo no wo monti ase ade we Ghana GES I think say they should intensify the education when it is getting to kwala ne kwa choro mo exams no because as a parent me kasa say ya that should tell you the level of understanding of the whole thing and it is very very poor it doesn't help the system at all. It was a wufwana womu wo nkwala ni su tumi no etimi tias de na se ye enti teacher for no chere nkwala ade ni mu a e was omutimi ni teacher parents no su shia no mom in there na teachers no obeko schools no bebre so omo yes ade no omo yes ade na so ye friend parents so omo mra the parents ni beja katamanto ho ato ho the parents ni beja gbogloshi ho ato ho the parents ni beja okanshi kaneshi ho ato ho no aka se me tu adamon akọ tie PTA na ya frɛ no de ye be ka kire yen awofo na ye ma ne kɔtworo no eno so ya da asemua sometimes no de obetimi aye school for no adom menka ne sa oye school for no adom and he say when timi ama no no asoma akwada bi se kona ye se ye frɛ kona ko tie ma me so ba ye se omo si de se de se omo tutu papa so no nti ebe ma adekodi poten na teacher for no hwehwɛ se anka awofo ne mra no metie no omo nya sa information no well because as to how ankwala no kura be choose school kura po ya de mu as to how ankwala ni ba be choose school e was so choose guidance e was here guiding no to me choose enye teacher ne nko e was parent no no munyama to adwene ye be hwe ankwala no ni strength na ho odin na yetime so senior na ho odin tie wo school owofo no wo fie no wonnim akwala na ho odin as compared to Nepal's no class or any the expectation of the teacher and the school no in the children it is ko ben wo mo am no be chese akwala we na ho odin no e be a B student or a C student or a student and this A student says or person arts and or person science no person called boarding house or person called central region there any category A schools no these are the schools you choose ebeboa no category B schools these are the schools you choose ebeboa no sa niam na mbemu epebebre no awofo no the vulnerable ones no no my teacher for the teacher for but the teachers some of them do it at their discretion
okay
sa niam we enim nyina I think say emira so was ye take ayen kwala school and to a school no choices and choosing the schools no into a very you're taking it very serious as a many doer you konya 35 and so no wenya advance wenya agree you shouldn't be saying this even the so nya 35 crap no and go be awufu bi wa crap and go be kan she on kasapo because ne bana mbomode ne bana mbomode amama ka yen kola bring your school am tables na a defense second as well obi class near 41 Abrante dey oya no wenya 39 na ye tike ma ye go fi no me nya 39 me dey no so sen mu ngire ni na me dey ye na defense second dey so ono 39 so na chese ono mo enya no ho a ohuru yen yo won hwe card no report card hwe me dey 39 wo dey 1 wo dey 2 that's almost re yen so we wini yesre school authorities na ya na wo mo so ma GES mo aso die yesre mo a edu sam pempen so na making sure that there's a monitoring system be a monitor all the schools, you know, na amma teachers, you know, and some was already any parents in Asia no more. Na parents we free at that point in the day. Momo de na mo available because yamba dachi.
Me that's Solomon Mamen call Gordon Sunaminti on so on computerized selection. Placement one more BC so far almost 70% placement according to the Ministry of Education. Issues here baba minti na drink Gordon.
Yeah, Mamen far with it. The people. Men wish the entire NDC fraternity the best of luck. Akopon eya adom na adom edom yenga etna na officially party no ebebie for both parliamentary and presidential picking of forms. Shas here etna 22nd ekosi 24th. Bibia wa carry ne ho ehu say committee criteria because guidelines aba I think some weeks or months ago our person oko jina e won mpeswa so no me de nyankopon ahondin ne nyansa nina eta na chi so that at the end delegate no ebe mayen nipa omo betimi ejina e wo all the 276 constituencies na yetimi edi nkunim in the 2020 Darling boy, on this issue of placement, you see, Kani maybe a trim na solo air cancer 1992 or choro SSC. Okay, it also can. Oh, okay. SSC. Okay. Now, a BC impo as at that time.
BC
DHS as at that time. Now, I was in a very difficult. Now, you didn't say. Ube se obi atro SSC and BC. Now, when you're 26, 27, 28, 29, ekwa. Oba abejina radio and TV so akase ya mani school. Because now you war system na you dey looking at quality but not quantity. But and now you be a flag gate no. Ama obi kura nya 40 a ese so oye den onya school. Sisi a enye nimguase enye niwu. Se obi ba bejina radio so akase ne banya 40. Na all process say aban no epe school money because and then na system a eneme no through the MPP policy almost say obi bia enko school in a different direction no ya ba be dream and so long as omo ye Ghana for omo parent etua taxes e ma aban no agozi yesusu say so omo nye school because enko si say you did cut off point the bema you be kase you do 30 a after 30 unya school no so and then when you dey atu your so as oman o how ya we when you dey atu your so as oman akwasi utie in seminar eya sefim na sefim ni na ne say awofo ni nkola no pese omo kire se because you din komo as student you din komo me chow the grade aye papa sin nti in the normal sense no they say meet me school and sana why then onya school nti say me nya 35 no be nya 39 na 39 nya school na 35 nya school a they say meet me complaining na me bisa questions the entire 39 be nya school na 35 nya school ana me boa agozi ehun questions na ye bisa because enche bia and agozi expose anasa remi ya manase azuri expose on school placement e ba ana me boa kire say under the MPP na Nado Danko Akufo-Addo Minister of Education Edutum omo ton placement no e man krofo obi wo ha we nya school we ya otimi kotuaka no masesa school na mayen eni na ebe to dwase na nipa mielu pe na na ewo code and access to category A and B schools Minister of Education and Director of Education me betena ha bi e ka kire etiefoɔ sɛ ɛsɛ sɛ yɛ investigate education minister and a director of education because mo na yɛ de key na ma mo sɛ mo betime nya akwanya ewura computer nim ɛba category A and category B school sɛ ɛho aba asɛm na yɛtua bribe ɛde asesa sankrofo school ɛwɔ category A and B a the first suspect say yɛ saa nipa mienu wei nso na ɔmo na mo free ɛma manti du bia aban etua wɔ mo kɔ bank ɛkɔgye ɔmo sika that same placement no ɛna nɛ yɛdi ɛho ɛnkɔmɔ biom no nti yɛntwi adwene nkɔ saa expose no so ne yɛmbisa question sɛ so ɛno na asan akɔ so ama obi timi nya better grade sin obi na dia wenya better no enya school sin dia ɔyɛ adeɛ no just by the fact say 35 and 39 ni na enye but 35 no ɛwɔ n'anim sin 39 but ɔno sɛ wenye school na 39 nya school so yes that corruption related issues on school placement no and asa da ne ho adi bioma na because I am one say over 10 to 15 years they did computerized system eba ye say the babe keteli bribery and corruption na ekoso mmiri bi etwem na computer na ebe ye placement na nipa mfa ne ho ne nsa foreign ade no na over 15-20 years now the thing is getting worse and worse by every year. Afibia instead of say yebenya minimal complaints ni mbom no afibia no complaints no sura na egusuko so ye koye anaye bae ye koye anaye bae but you see computer dan kanipa cannot influence the computer. But what do we see today? Intakwasi esese aban no making sure say obi bia ese fata say so onye school bia no onye school because ene ya de me no taxes ene ye de ehwe enkola no e wo school intinu esese obi bia no etiminya school esese onya ko ene under the MPP no omo deal with quality omo deal with quantity e ade ba ko amiri bia maka school agosi me no wo call ye solo me no wo call ye agosi how they compare next school e far better than next school for those times no e say wo gire wo ho utimi twa some grade bi na wanya ade mpo na say utimi etimi fall within a cut off point wo be call no competition wo school nim imira be wie no na wa improve on your academic performance but under the MPP what you want, you will believe in quantity. Dodo won't believe you ne papemu. Enu ene ama ya bedu baby ya bedu no. Nti amu na omugusu wo abenwa ne so. They should do the right thing. Na obi bia se so nya school bia ne enya. Akosi tolo ka asem bia metai me ntama me de ntama be bon ntama no. Yesi utu momone fono na utu ejamwan sofo maybe ya me kase ma kire ade for 7 years
1 minute
no problem for 7 years emere na me kire ade no solo na sa proposal na o ka no we do it me na me in charge of school placement but me na me kire IT we say more of IT related na dia me formal school ye ne say the printed school placement document no de ma awofo no nkola no say who are awofo ntimi emba umu ho no bakoma awofo no no wonya den enko true na mo en choose school who we are awofo no on sign paper ne so don chiro on the telephone number anya den ento so eja ye be confirm say ampa awofo no ne fama na ase akola na kasa na gotra be bi ye den e fa ye won o maka na o ma awofo so betimi aba no ye che school nkola ni good teacher for no so because ye na ye nim omo modembo awa adesua no mutu ne yetimi kire suku a ebe fa no na course a obetimi aye den aye nti na yeye nti me ka se me de me ntoma beba ntoma no a ene ne se me be se me join no ne ye calling on awofo ne se time miri bia school place beba problems ne beba from aban no sometimes so no because ye ni as at that time efi nkola ne so nti se uko school bia ubako school bia ne se parent ne frɛw during school placement time a mane nya we hia de na to suo dan anamon mpo na untimi nko a ne nua panyi a at least n'ani afi a ɔno so nim de betimi akogina wanemu na mafa school ama nkola no said at the end no collectively no have the rationale edi PSSPS ne echi no we can realize it
okay.
as expected.
Okay. Me da say na yanko enim enra appointment committee yabani ababe di vetting no so far bem say ni ababe to dwa no ababe di ho enkomo but adwinche bi still e wa ha say mami fa enfantwemu enfamam Vodafone so sisia yaton Vodafone is gone. Statement of the National Communication Authority for making kind of Yawuza so I says the gold for oil policy is a very innovative deal. As to cargoes carrying 75,000 metric tons of fuel under the gold for oil arrived at Tema Port 3 days ago, and I commend the brains behind such a brilliant policy. But its impact must be fully felt by Ghanaians. That's Yauza and Odia no Ebaye. Teacher Kujo Watepa Nyinesusu says Ghana is very fortunate to have the MPP leading Ghana in these trying times. Yes, everybody will admit that we in hard times, but we're in hard times, okay. But must be thankful that it's Nana Kufuado and not John Mahama. That is one here from Teacher Kujo Tepa Anyinesusu and Odia no Efi and other by. Cindy Bay Kasoa. Cindy says the NDC's disapproval of ministerial nominees shows they are not ready to help Ghana to develop, but always making baseless arguments. That one here coming from Cindy Bay Kasoa and Odi Free and Odiano Edbaye. Okay. Enoch Ewa Samankesi, the reduction of President Akufo-Addo's size of government now will not change anything. The harm has been caused already. It has is left with some few years. So for them to be kicked out, Enoch Asamankesi and Odia Nufi no Debai. The president will surely send NPP into a dignified opposition. Continues to be adamant and stubborn by his refusal to listen to the voices of Ghanaians calling for him to downsize his government. Daniel Bentum, top town, a man from NOD Free, NOD Anobai. The directive from Fifi Kwete to the NDC MP to boycott the vetting of the president's appointees with reasonable grounds does not sit well for our nation's development. That is one here from Kwame Ostrani, CEDU MPP Communication Officer, Finland branch, and now Diano Ebai. Mesha Kasanti from Abuso Kain says, kudos to the minority leader, Dr. Atufosin. They should stand firm and prevent Nanado from putting another burden on Ghanaians.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Bo Kasia Bo Kowaka Tawansa Amaya Sa Kasia Waye
Onye Yimu Nukretrodo Kamagiremen Kamadini Bo
Nita Fe
Mayentie Kasia Waji 100.9
Yankwa Nimna National Communication Authority for the Kratabia Betifo. Menkin Kai National Communication Authority will say final approval for the transfer of majority shares in Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited, Vodafone Ghana, to Telecel Group. Was released today, February 21, 2023. The National Communications Authority wishes to confirm that it has given final approval for the transfer of the 70% majority shares in Vodafone Ghana, that is Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited, GTCL, held by Vodafone Group Limited, PLC, to the Telecel Group. The final approval follows satisfaction of conditions outlined in the conditional approval of the shares transfer, including the agreement of the government of Ghana, who remains the 30% minority shareholder. It will be recalled that the NCA had announced on January 16, 2023, that pursuant to the evaluation of the revised proposal from the Telecel Group that granted conditional approval for the transfer of the 70% majority shares in Vodafone Ghana, held by Vodafone Group PLC, the seller, to Telecel Group, the buyer, subject to concessions made by the seller and the representations made by the buyer to the NCA. The authority will continue to guide the takeover process in accordance with the existing license conditions of Vodafone Ghana, while ensuring that the interests of consumers are held paramount. The NCA further assures the public that due process will be followed in the interest of all parties. Enti nyaba no sisia Vodafone Ghana na Ghana Telecommunications Company Limited na womu majority shareholders shareholder Vodafone Telecommunication Network no sisia no womaton womo shares no ama Telecel Group. Enti oda sorry na say any BB friend Vodafone na chese wati ahye aban 30%, Ghana aban 30%, Vodafone jumakuo no mu. The network mu am use Vodafone mo nchen so sisi ade when your new owners more or less Telecel Group womo na womo ba be yi am say Congolese ni bi a when your be ko no no chesa jumakuo yi Diaton Vodafone. Hello, use Vodafone. Use Vodafone. Ah, okay. This is Diaton. Maybe I better sorry next time. Better sorry na be am Vodafone.
Eno the incoming.
Ah.
Akwa ise okoto asase na asase wa. Bio akoye mbienu. We no say eno no wo na okoto ye no the alternate. Na hwe ebusuan mbienu mo solve problem. Mfa ho engigi mu. Mo solve problem a ebi ebe koto no. Ona se be Vodafone company, Vodafone UK. Omo na emiri bi on better majority share wo mu. Ena se bio 30% ekoye the share of Ghana. Ghana buying Vodafone company na won. The shares wo mu 30%.
Vodacom said yeah.
Ena thank you. The shares wo mu ena wo private company na fi UK. Omo so mo shares wo mu 70. Wo mo no mo ni aban na ye adwuma dum pempen so bi a omo adwene omo se omo dane ade. Edema company fufuro. Domini company fufuro friend Telecel akọ nhyehyeye. Ama nhyehyeye na akọ wie. In fact the share detail terms ni na se for woman crap no. NCA. Every firm so mo go back na mo go hwehwe mu. It take America kra. Ama no NCA National Communication Authority for say terms na nhyehyeye omo de aba this time there. As ebio edakwan mu. No how mo nhyehyeye no be so mo ye na betimi akoso. Meeting na yete ho empopwe say o Vodafone. Yes aban Atom Vodafone already Vodafone aban share wo mu 30% and then 70 ankran company no that company so Daniama ankran nti say no ye be ko ba ni say edin dada na eda ye that network na use na friend Vodafone no say onu o fi mu agya ma edin fufuro company fufuro almost mu din di Telecel nti so that's already na who say Vodafone na people of phone so ya try Telecel na nchechire wo mu eno an ye de atudwa ni say omo mu kra mu nne na omo obi gana say ni say name edi Vodafone wa wo yen so ye kra ya subscriber yesu ye kra say name na obefa wo phone da so Vodafone no ta awofo no omo se enye wo mama ne yen bi omo de si onu yen omo akopɛ ye papa nkasa abre yen ye papa so ba ye papa foforo ya ba ni din di Telecel say no ye phone no say name e ba beto so no e de Telecel enye Vodafone simple as that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Godwin. Yes sir.
We the anka we mami on the short na yanko.
Yeah.
You need bibia ka wo ho bebre. Asema ameka ne say metu aban for say terms and conditions no one try say omo bɛbɔ adwumayɛfoɔ no ho ban ɛno na ɛyɛ very very important because ɛba issue of say menya new sim na din bɛsesa from Vodafone to Telecel for me it is neither here nor there dia me hia ne say ebetimi ayɛ den afrɛ obi amame deɛ say ma ya adwene kɔ ho ne job losses redundancy because me no ka say the youth are struggling to get jobs nti enwo say yɛtena se ɛma wɔn a kakra na ɔmanya bi ɛyɛ wɔ Vodafone no due to this new arrangement no ebi san bɛba abɛtena fie the burden will become unbearable on the citizens and Ghanaians and at large ɛwɔ ɔmo dependent so nti aban ni make sure say money follow kakra na ɔmbɛnya di wɔ hɔ no 10% no man no nyɛ ɔmo priority no ɛnyɛ citizens no timemufoɔ no ɔmo yɛ adwuma wɔ hɔ no employees no aban no ma na adwene ɛnkɔ hɔ so that every worker will be protected and even if possible room should be created now the new company and create opportunity rather for more employment than redundancy nti agosi we na memeka e dia fam we na the major aspect of the whole contractor we did this Ghana ni bia no be much interested in it but as I say we din be from oyo ba na ya wo na ye frɛ o ya mansa na wa be ware Godwin I say Godwin ma be ware o na odi asesa to ya mahama ya Godwin mahama so you are the same human being nti no nso da anya Ghana for dadwini bebre ebe ya se ebe da sorry ade be chin na ye say ye yin krofo edi efi adwuma.
In fact, Masako just to answer that,
yeah.
As part of a I don't know whether you also privy to that. Say they spoke about it.
Yes, I understand. Sir, Bem said. Yeah.
Emma, no, it's good. The thing is, you will caution.
No, caution it.
You will caution
because
you are not privy to. You are right.
No, the Ikra and person kind cries because there's, I mean, stories online.
Agitated.
Otunfo to Vodafone Ghana. Ensure no job cuts in transfer of shares to Telecel. So the Asantini Otunfo said to the second has called on the leadership of Vodafone Ghana to protect jobs as it transfers its shares to the new owners, Telecel Group. There are fears some workers of the company may lose their jobs following the transfer of 70% of Vodafone shares to Telecel Group. Otunfo said to the second made the appeal when the CEO of Vodafone Ghana, Patricia Obonai, led executive members of the company to call on him at the Menchia Palace on Friday, 17 February. So that is there. But I was just looking for it because I know that there have been some assurances too.
Oh, yes. And then just to add to it, workers, they agitated. The workers came out. In fact, you see one they spoke about it, and then the assurance were giving them say, in fact, it is part of the package. They can say NCAS, you know, those words. So it's good you are saying it. No, but the thing is, I just want to draw the attention to us.
Perfectly.
It was also considered.
Definitely there will be restructuring. I'm making sure as a restructuring, no.
Men workers.
Job losses. As for contract, there are so many times that you better sign contract now people will go contrary to the contract, and they will give you cogent reasons why they are going contrary to the contract. We have to read. That's all what I'm doing. Because Otu inform me sure say I am privy to the document, but there is a need say so obeboso.
Say aboso ba.
That is it.
All right. So I'm sure sir, the appointment committee so far might follow some of the issues and Pinifua and Ron Kopi on them saying Stephen Asamoah Boateng, Minister Designate for Religious Affairs, and Chieftaincy Kopi on them saying Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture, Brian Echampon Kopi, and Sansuna Minister Designate for Trade and Industry Kopi on them saying proud to that, no. They are sure say you who crater fee amanyuku NDC omo catcher omo caucus minority Mrashibi Jaffono said ma omo approve vetting the ombeko omako vete papa just as we saw enra omo di omo juma no but omo approve. Proud to that too majority for no see a press conference Yes, listening to the press conference. Remember, I'm in team my drink chair.
The rejection or otherwise of a nominee is constitutional. A general secretary of a political party cannot sit in his party office and issue a press statement for purpose of political expediency, direct members of parliament to reject the nominees of the president. It's a sign of disrespect to parliament, a sign of disrespect to the speaker, and clearly what the NDC is telling Ghanaians is that they don't respect the constitution, and that the new leadership they just announced is not a type of leadership with ability to respect the constitution, that they have no thinking caps. They themselves would be acting on the dictates of the party headquarters. Well, history is observing what they are doing. Posterity will make reference to their conduct, and we think that clearly they are trying to obstruct due process and obstruct the work of this government. If you believe that government should downsize, there's a way to go about it. You don't stampede the government. We have vacancy at the Ministry of Agric. Is the NDC saying that Agric Ministry is not important? We have vacancy at the Ministry of Trade. Are they saying that that is not important? And chieftaincy. The government has its own priorities, and the government determines its direction because it has the mandate of the people. You may have your views respected. It is expected in a democracy that we should have disagreement, but you don't use such disagreement to stampede the government. So I don't know why they've come to sit here. When you have a prejudiced mind, what are you coming to do? To ask questions to embarrass them, then go ahead and say that we have failed you. Is that what they are here to do? Well, I'm disappointed in the NDC, and if they really want to portray themselves as a party ready to take the reins of government, then they should behave well.
At the work of Fiaman Homeneso Ejiji Tonton Sansan, ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Yana Pejumedi Ghana Montie, your friend KWASI ABOAGYE, Midi Muchiami, and a pay me 1.4 million. I would say, minimum also Boa Jinche, Kosu Kama. Solomon Asante of MPP and Godwin Mahama of the NDC. Na ya bro in Semnibia, so baby I do CCI appointment committee, Jumedia Womudi, and near I would say Semi Boye, if he a deputy majority leader that honorable Affinio marking. And some of the tunes and truth with name Nina Fase and this Yamanyokono at about 2 judges and Yadia a year when Rashibi Jafono. On my penny as well for when you see I want to Tomano appointment committee or my transi. I want to edu Mujima and Ramo Shasiano. Yes, Omon Konom got to Tomano, but a Basabia, one more peneso and a moment peneso, the moment peneso, say, yes, I'm penny for on Tom so I say, or more Mujitum said, or Mumra and Mayor Aswafo. And no, Anna a year MPP. And so, a central function now it is a Rafi Yoman Aking or Casa, Nasemo Nitichi, and it's a NTCCIA, one Mudiaba to Jada, say, Mom Penny, a penny for some better number to Tomano. And on some ways, my GP Pidada, my canteen way, is this some better number to Tomano, Chese, Ababe, Diom who fell, and I dear Ben Pan, and Mopesam Bay. Oh, say, we see a bino, as soon, I say, a bino, Bessia Tiswa. The choir says, I'm fast from Yamani. Saying in Rafi no marking a can, you can't say Mufaso Yamunamani. Now, Mudia, Ubia Mosimo Pese, and Comay de Chamunsa, Niamuye in Chese, or Minor Crano, Mopese Ebia Yadishamunsa. Unyamuniama ye, Namunyai, Sanyamano. Na se party general secretary in office. Now a trocrata, no diaba. A Cobanesa na question Rasibia for Sebi Mua Crano, Ubina Techi no Pipia Moya, Munye say Mufahana Mufasa. I said, Moi dear Sebi, a GBA Nimutimua, Moa Mubitimi dia Moa dear. Ubianca said, Mona, Ubianca said, Bia Monson could drive Moon to Trimisia. And it is a party secretary and a party no never chem Yamunya and Sanamaya. Yamuya no crown, Mutitia, Parliament. Mutitia, I mean Parliament. So just I say Moon speaker, Moon Parliament. There be, and yes, sir, any yard, dear. I feel marking. na ɔde wei to dwa Godwin
akwasi me da sene mmara ɔde ama yɛn ka Ghana funtie yɛn very well we Ghana ni abon say ma the NDC na bon say ma the minority we are very disappointed in Afenyo Markins as a lawyer and in sema odi gu akwan mu and meyi ni baako na Ghana ni bi eti as posterity is the best of time or is the judge or the best judge of time. Hear me very well. One, also process ni a constitutional. Me jitu me constitutional. Nti min just oppose eno any Tanja motion. The NDC minority trigger Article 82 from the 1992 Constitution. And also akwesi say na constitutional. Ana me boa na constitutional Article 82. Nti 2 ni na constitutional. 2 I say a disrespect to Parliament and Ghanaians. Minyan faton kakra. Emra NDC MPs or Parliament 90. Atron Central, Efren Central for say, Omuni won bedin komo on the removal of Ken Oforiatta. MPP so. Ano almost say, one peck Ken Oforiatta because we bo mine. Later, majority leader be catch the Ghana phone in our say, and yet only the 90 people. Alameboa. I say a entire majority. Omu decision say one peck Ken Oforiatta. Eho ansuho and a MPP General Secretary. On the 9th of November 2022, signed by Justice Kodua Frimpong, General Secretary of the MPP, Justin Kodua, say, my MPP majority MPs are involved in the censure. And I'm a boy. I want to say, how can I say that? In terms of the markets, person today and say, MPs, including on Nankasa, they don't have minds and sense of their own ana.
So Sanje Tiefo Amutie na bia mechichim kakra say yempel wedwuma nso ani say bia meche na siasa na machiasia yempel wedwuma nsi ani nti ebe ya bi ekonya no so
and a constitution ma ho kwan e ma procedure nti even before minority be issue bet trigger article 82 no na MP sanka say president enyi finance minister no nti na je to say it was an opportunity say majority and minority be come to my bom. No more use constitutional provision. Even if Mampeni person be na, there is another way of constitution I provide it. But MPP General Secretary issue statement. And let me read paragraph 1. Emma or say the leadership of the new patriotic party, following broader consultation and engagement with stakeholders, has resolved and hereby direct all members of the majority in Parliament to abstain from a shadow vote of censure being sought by the minority caucus against Ken Oforiatta, the finance minister. And you see, when in Krofua, on person mokasa yetie. Maybe a chemu, general secretary, ama directive, or your party general secretary, mamu directive say, Mamunko involve me in a constitutional provision and procedure. And no dear muji to mu akoye because mudi nyansa sumuna mudi mo yadea yan yintum at NDC for yadea my yintum. The same procedure. Na ene president say wa pound crofo so mumbe ministers no mumbe replace other vacancies. Na NDC General Secretary akachire the minority say Ghana phone now for some time now. Uhwe ahunhia ye womu na still MPP are buying a gusukita the highest number of ministers 86 na. And we be here say obete so na e ka ye bo e wo ministers ne so no yetimi ateso because ne aban ne atetia pansam economy to the extent say ye maame num ne ye papa num o makọ ahunjie mu pensioners ka and a buying person in Saka and sun economy no a survive it. Through the extent of difficulty economy no ye wom. This is a political party like the NDC. Now you dreaming say the person economy no revamp it. Ese konfo boni ya ohye enkomboni se kromo no. Kroni bo timubi. Inti NDC yan kotena ho say kroni mmo. Kwa bo aye timubi. Nti I say yetimi catch it aban ni say still all appointees ni dawson. Nti so nti they say they should do what we call realignment. Realignment enkyerɛ sɛ wɔn a appoint one yɛn pɛ wɔn deɛ ɛka ne sɛ one yɛwɔ Ministry of Information and a Ministry of Communication. Ministers with 2 deputies. Ukabomu a 6 under the NDC. Ministry of Information and a Ministry of Communication. Yakabomu e manipa miensa pe ene mane that ministry. Inti humbe hiya sa mobeka sa 2 ministries no abom na beye baako. Akwasi the party biti me mouth this good proposal. What again do you want? 2 Ministry of Transport and Ministry of Railways. The aye can say ehun hiya say Ministry of Transport be gina nko na railways we gina nko na ya say sika about 6 or 7 ministers so munka mom because under the NDC na ye ministry baako anipa miensa pe na ye adwuma wo ho enya about quantity awasi enya about enya nipa dodo no eye quality no so mbe ye adwuma pa no nti munka enu nsumbom. 3 Ministry of Chieftaincy and Ministry of Tourism enu so munka mbom na mun downsize mo government no na sika na ye ninu we shouldn't continue to waste it. 3 Ministry of Sanitation and a Ministry of Local Government. Yes, yeah, no so mun kambom. But sanitation obviously is under local government. Nti hu hiya say sanitation be gina no ana kwaso nim. Sanitation we ebaye because now president a promises say he wants to make Accra the cleanest city. 6 years and that's 7 years in wom. Bisa who say is Accra the cleanest city in Africa or West Africa. Accra is still dirty in quote. Still dirty. You have not been able to achieve that purpose.
Okay, so remember 1 minute I can't home. Mesa about Subium. Nefi Yababe had the vetting itself near course.
We are na NDC 4 can say monkey kabim mum na yentimi and cut down cost because no Makasama to say the economy is not good. That's why I say as I saw BBA about the NDC abaso any anamoa yet rather than say Ubeti after your markings and his likes to lie to you when November 9th last year, our general secretary issued the same directive. Majority.
May that say, well, so Senior Godwin is your fan, Abia Honum Senior, Sana Solomon Beconum. You share this whole issue about approve, not to say we are man before. Now, if you about the vetting proper and I mean you, Solomon.
But I was Edikan. Again, this year is final at the list of nominees be about out. Yeah, I'll point to you almost. Or pending parliamentary approval. Parliamentary is process and the committee meeting us. Come to nominees. No, na. Ayen answer that NDC party no. And you cool from general secretary the year 50 to you what it offer ma woman approve you should not approve any and I underscore the word any you say nominees about you emu back crap ni wa what said woman approve then adia kochin ya Meteorological about almost also say they will reject. There was reject the nominees. They will quite on first and say a committee and humanity the umbe all right. They will eba no say a plenary na. Oh no, they will not get themselves involved in the approval process. Share any my news and can I mean who there's some sort of confusion between the party itself and a minority caucus. Why am I saying so? Because a party nankasano I didn't push him back. One more and approve any no. Any no means not even one. Not even one. And not even one. Do they want to tell us, said, And then there be trade ministry. Minister no hwe ho, wo fi ho. E ho atopan. Agric ministry. Minister no wo ho no wo fi ho. E ho atopan. Minister of Finance deputy in charge of Dubuahin Charles portfolio no abeto pan no and also so no yenja sir. I was asking myself, if you have problems with the various portfolios now, you see, you are pointing for if the problem that you have, but what about a year 2 or 3 positions here, my boy portfolios here, a year empty, just ye ni obi, was he nya obi? Because you see, I can say those portfolios, almost caretakers, they already have their substantive ministry almost because per the laws, deputies were all right, but the laws do not allow the deputies to go and fill up the gap. It was a replacement. The South do not approve any. A diena opese ochere. And on minor, ye kwa ye nimono. That directive now they ban. O de bois. And I say, o de treat on my asense. Okay. Second one about on parliamentary caucus minority. Almost see. Wamu di omu beko. Emu wamu kwa. Enu aso omu tiwa. Yes, on better to the was on better to man. Oma ibia. Nemu muno. A plenary hona. A house parliament house na kazana omutina. Honey de dwa kesi eni mu de. Wamu mfa wom ho engigi. Na just say what at all do you seek? What at all are you looking for? Etiana was utututu sana mono. Oh, NDC sometimes and na money bi wo ho a wo mu etu a eya na menti ase. Seriously. Eti amenti ase ne say, hwe yewura Aruna Idrisu, former minority leader. Come a 11 since buy. So then I'm 175 about 150. I don't know about out by council say about 1.0. That's 1%. Aka onso mu enya then general secretary and now chairman. You say the chairman about out by council. 1% a year wo nko wa dwene no. Nemo yen as a party we do not want anything ye levy. Etin utimi hu say tembia na ndi party nankasa mu no. Anyone a omo represent a year the memufuo from their various impesuan no so no. There is some sort of friction when him take stand way na partner hey they be say ni say na asemo ye no etubo say Aruna de yesisan ni nyina no ejina one thing so that dey na okoye na e ma oni general secretary den friction ko ba o montem no because what tie reason dey ba out be can say your friends minority leader former minority leader no reasons no one of the reasons no actually say no any speaker no like on collaborating with the speaker it doesn't like only speaker in term no there's no collabo on term that is one of the reasons the engineers Aruna Idrisu the entire because wakoka na juni so yo NDC for enya almost say pay 11 mimi as the minority that we feel say sankadipo about 1% anka be boy Inti no wako kasa ande na we see unify and that is the genesis of the friction between Ononene the general secretary then today the chairman of the party. Na enne the ba bedum pempenso bia the party no say mamu nyakra mamu approve anyone and truly to that to no MPs aba out can say yes on be reject na mo rejection on be rejecting there on be di kan ko committee work akwa committee work no they mo eba plenary na they will not approve bon the banisa na Ghana no be papa na impuntu e pese ye etu ediko ye ni mo no na kwesi ye twetwe ya modern bon e be chiri yes if you have a very genuine reason to say as a citizen of Ghana you have a very good reason to say to think say the number of ministers are your one it's your name moment. We should also not forget to say Article 78 about ministers of state plus 2 no care about the size. I see the president shall appoint such number of ministers of state as may be necessary for the efficient running of the state. Today, Mama Godwin, Betty Mianya Quenya be president. Or not the president, because the president shall. Or no Mama Godwin be president. Not dreaming of so 3 ministers per any be Juman. Because you are more specific normal thing. The president shall appoint such number of ministers of state as may be necessary for the efficient running of the state. At a particular point in time, the president, on no say be 3 penny be. Ye be Mama be fi or China na be odami friend is Darling boy na be president. Darling boy say me dey me pay nipa 5. Bon, then provisionity I see the president darling boy na ba no dey see me pay 5. And yes by force so you should train Godwin use you but no to only the way person run that so pay 5. Okay, fine. Citizens of Ghana, you wait me 5 in the doors to do. China teso. And 5 in the so because of ABC didn't also didn't be become and they to me cover these areas. And only adventure na ye kire adwen a ye say ye hwe kwan say ye president as 2 mini one nsa no ye betimi obetimi etu anamon no wetimi address that problem na maye but say kobani say ye parliamentary duty da how I was ye say ebinim afi positions ya pa oni ones aba ye de oma ba say mo vetium na ye say ye approve emu bia ye nti na mo approve emu bia because aban ni size ne so nti no aban no onte so Ansanas, you be proved. Say, until an app, here at Fenyo Market, you use the word stampede. I said you are stampede because I did the whole, I said you constitutional and I was more exercising more right. But the press are more pressing forward to say, yeah, your friend is saying size of the government and brother, and it's a genuine concern. More pressing at a different angle, which has nothing to do with a way now. And I make earlier say, even who can say they shouldn't approve any, no? Have you thought of say there are some of the portfolios na hono at the pine? I was here feeling and it's a patch and as one make I know name is your friend is I feel marking card because I would want to ask and from last year because Zane Oko secondary school yeah the overall headmaster but yeah assistant head in charge of academic maybe assistant head in charge of another administration and BBSA so that those things so that was me I did attempt to be profile about out. But to say, and then even when you talk of agric, let me can say aquaculture and fisheries, any agric, you know, and also before say fisheries. Yes, yeah. Friend is saying agric, you know, as if we're using school. You say fisheries, fishing and farming, you know. And before that, these two, it become boom and also. When you're deputy in charge of the fisheries and aquaculture, then you're deputy in charge of the other. Leg, you know. So these are genuine concerns. We all are not too say, and I believe that and young as an MPP member, communicator, and I may proposes and I may for there are so many people as but the thing is, that is it. But it lies on the appointor. Said Article 78 clause 2. Amano sa kwai say ultimately determine the size of the government. What me I say? And you know, this, say, 1 year way, and I say, my market time at a point in time in this crisis I go through. That is why I'll be calling on the minorities. They should look into the decision taking and resent from that decision on my dick. Say, approve, they will reject all as if I don't think that will help us as a nation. Move forward. It will not help us. A position on my taking, they know best why they have taken that position. I don't want to go into it. But laying all this bare, he said they will have to look at maybe resent from the decision that.
Okay, all right. There's one message here about himself. It's quite long. I'll try and just read. Says, yes, it's true. Some members of majority and minority wanted Ken Ofori-Atta taken from office as finance minister, but both sides of the house were coming from different grounds. The minority censure motion was with 7 charges, why Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta must be taken from office, whilst those from the majority side want Ken Ofori-Atta be taken from office, but with no charges. Therefore, if the majority group joined the minority to sack Ken Ofori-Atta from office, then it means that majority people support the charges of the minority. That's Martin Kobana Ray.
You see, yana me person me establishing say, after your markings person chere say, and you good say, general secretary of a party be better than the office. A direct minority. Anameboa. I was just using that letter. Indicate say directive into FE majority party na MPP. At the man the majority said they shouldn't go for it. Anameboa. And I be say as of November last year, ebesi ne omo line of direction on person mudi to Keno Foriata no. Has it been realized? Has it been realized? Into the munja sa danku da do ade no. But
okay.
I could see just 2 minutes na me nyade. I could see Article 78(2) indeed and mass selling for appointment of ministers. But I could see be I see the common sense den e batan. Who economy nye enema nko ye. Nkrofo loans abosi o mabo ni na no si untemi ntua. Pensioners kana oje. Until the first constitution ma ceiling intinu koswa na appoint as many as you want to appoint and end up wasting taxpayers' money to pay them. You just have to add common sense to it. Still in Niho, but common sense will tell you say a some phone number eto assume. 2. I go see menu aka say ojitu mu say restructuring no eye. I go see solo the restructuring I just say monte amemu na say. Ya can say munya realignment and restructuring. Oya realignment na o ka me say ujitu mu say yanka transport, yanka railway, yanka aviation ni moma. The be see ni say ne okabomu a ye benya 1 ministry. Until 9 ministers, 3 ministers with 6 deputies, and then I have 1 minister with 2 deputies. Until out of the 9, we are just using 3. Until above them, then one more other ministries like aviation and railways, can now be sent to go and occupy the vacant ministries like agric. What am I gonna say? Into your restructuring and realignment, it will work. I just said. You have not averted your mind to a restructuring can let this thing work.
Okay.
But more than filling vacancies and still let the created ministries.
You are just reading.
No, wait.
You are just reading. You can't say Mama. Polishing the aviation
no, because there is vacancies. Let's approve. When we do the restructuring. We won't appoint new people. This one, there are new people going to balloon the number.
Trade. Which alignment will you do for trade to get the
you do alignment in other ministries and bring the people to go to trade. That is all.
Okay. So you bring somebody to trade. That's not it.
Yeah, but I know
who
the different persons. So the size of government remains the same.
Substantive ministers.
And Pamcho 0302243540 0302257902. Yamfa calls kakra and yeah.
Areas I care about restructuring. I mean, we agree. Those places.
And Pacho, me focus because in present we but Mumbo, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, Pacho D.
Hey, video question. Darling boy.
Yes, sir. Nana bo sini. Ebe council oni na na afa no.
Gunia. Na we send the voice down from home. Na his Hannah. Doctor. Offer by 1. Who blow. The sick of about 1. Or say, come and just fight. Only the Rama, or therefore to say.
Number 1. Or Daho or more or team or Suraborobo or team Iradia Daraman Hoye.
That is man, Pia, 1 in India, or can it police upon the Federation. Was he? Wouldn't say a crown woman this way, no? The man, my dome, says someone Peneda Roma, or your medical doctor whom I take.
Oh,
and this way really go.
Beautiful.
Enti yakupo show na nuna ma samyanku na plan project number coordinator the champion senior parliament ba former trade minister project Martin look at so yentia me former no me said the Ghana for and ya bring delicate decide some of them bring down the sending some na ma send no ndisifo yo mu ka bi ho no mu ya gere kakra circle ka amenko anka ministers no company kabibu ba nye searching chair kan we dey share to company so there is a deal here no ma konko gan dey editu nanim na 30 hammer 30 emsa na holu ye real business me say person me na tom na ko do ha ya fa na o sa ko shek no wo fa
Yeah, what you know, former trade minister, incoming president, I know. Only we are saying now who do not say because Ghana for you know this follow more no say factor who may be this year or making sure so much mu because my penina say mu do not say you know and I some attention a jumano a dim a jumano to Ghana for that Nyamaparo and a soba no other twasso to be a telecom and or break your home even no bad here. What about the Jacob for? Be can say heavy shots on the bar. You don't buy almost zero. If you are saying it, I can't be. What's in next year, second for? And see what you be a set. Now, where you're pagana for chow. You want penny yellow. And you twasso, not Ghana, and yet the Ghana.
Me das. My main fan, you do on say on a sergeant chair. Hello, morning. Oh, I lost that one, so I quickly will just pick the next one. No, so sergeant chair. Morning. Yeah, I froze. Right into you. Insurance.
Dr. Dufo, we share our top project now, or the Bible and the grassroots at the bank. In I so or the Abua party. That I've been over the Obia and none of them is out. Your best, your mom, President Akufado. Ministers do now appoint some Mogana or Kase or Mudos to do. On Shannon, or social ministers need you a while. Macra and Sweeney. Because planting for food and job, in this I say, planting for food and job, no, Papa be every on my Ghana and I say, Ghana for Anya Gania on Ghana. Yes, your trade ministry. One district, one factory. Ye bisa Etiamo say, into factory do say and on which may see. If I do say and a factory, it's my play on. If you see and ye bisa or see only no. Into your court ministry. Or Aqua Yeden, I did a 1 minute. And she said, Nipaya, or Mampenia, Kufado Airport, Edio Muku. And we say a very uncle for you. I'm on Mako because I move for the Papa Bia and back. And besides, we say, 1 district, 1 factory. No, if you don't send away to me, Ghana for agenda 1 hospitals, I can't say, we see Ghana for. In this, I say, hospital, Bakupa, you are. That's a way to Ediaman Ghana and a phobia Nacosa or Moya. La General Hospital, or ever say the foundation crap on you, or much to Adiamala for. If you're best strong man, Pinakufado, any MP before that, promise or more promise to Ghana for. Or Musha no win this to Emma Ghana for.
Yeah, that's it. Minjini Odio saying morning.
Morning.
Oko Udin.
Again, when you can take from Kobe.
It's you.
Wajuma and then I pay what Wajuma for Yamishra. Some of our boy change and conform. Yamikan, you know, for you 5. Maybe one. 5 from the movie. Then I am my. Well, here, that all my social head also. That's it. And the What is in what you are saying? We know about because a human also. What is your work and watching? The Bible too. Now, Bana, Abana, Chefati, why, and the put a one time to why, and check. There is no machine among what is it? Because we need more. Okay. Yeah, possible. No, but no, but can't matter. And this is another what kind of maybe I results will be another.
Me da say, Mami Junior, do your morning. Hello? Good morning.
Morning.
Me hoya.
I'm here. That's what. Dr. Adolfo, I want to project. So much to breast. I sang a day. Think I some.
papa magane tumpon nanso na ame na pura kru mamunya mitikum second seat no madomi kwabenya ani opanika aro sim so en MPP amanyo kwado enim Dr. Mahmoud ya alanti udie destroy wo my Ghana occupy ministers pray yes many players I think you don't know how much media I wo pay mo obian wo the beka say improvement the ba ho that destroy ho uko trade that I say and the yama many papa mo mu didwa do am say go esansa do cash ni enko pe ni papa bi wo betimi aye to your papa ama yeju akon kan na ye bibia to yi sika se magira ne na so a keti amod papa yi so ti ani ema ye ko ye sika fi pai mu tane se sika na fa he den na sika ko boso na mi enya anka papa ni ka mo se Dr. Mahmoud Bamia asem edan na wodwane ano wakogina IT therefore ebe ni ebe na oyi sika sam no dollar no ene wa he e wo biere sika shi awo omayimu esa super incompetent government enya the bad leader education sector obeje design na wonkola 10 January and no matter about it omuko school 1 month 2 simple na we leader we a bad leader we fishy at the mayor sector e be dey na nkola na sorry
That's it. Mami fa ni o chat okra ni fa course ni morning. Yes, mami. Thank you.
Ano pa mi fenche mo de ma Dr. Mamu. Na menche education papa Dr. ya osai edichu. Ya mo fresh students. The best way. The mo funny ku. Yes, akwala na modern bo. Ni fenchu e manage. Na wo so gbenya 35 open Obienya 39 wenye but na we can yen kwasi so obienya 39 wenye na obana wenye 35 hana etimenya kukura be so kasa nje besere so omo nhene se betimi ama grade bia se grade we wunya se wa ukoko grade we wunya and besere so ama ba yankasa hwam so me fi say no beboa so na me de ma so we wie and break kwesi kan se e busasa corruption and then me we young say abra John Dramani Mahama president the minister say we the sika na fine e be confirm me radio abi say fi yanka e tutu idiot so buy no be kwa e ka corruption dia who you miss the man awo nya bani person say sika na we it mean I won't bag with the be kasa ayen say Ghana for senior party no you don't make no let me make
That's a hanum senior the course no see and pay ni asure so Solomon was okay bibiana that's it and the god na god that's it
no go see na so ka go see na go see jamba say me can say
we dey ka
go see who dey tie me John Mahama time when you sue ministers 125 the last 2020 election was shebo say nyakopon ya adom no ba Oba you sue ministers 65 nti e kire wo say ya ye kan no ya ye bi pen
mamemfa
ye gusu shes ehobo
mati mamemfa
bi otie bi an man nka say John Mahama you sue say
mamemfa we fan
less than what you are using
mamemfa we fan tujua mamemfa we fan tujua say ene owura eye Samuel Kujeto Ablakwa honorable Echo Court ni nyina ne say eye nanse mo beka ya yesi bailiffs oni Reverend Kusi Boateng secretary ma National Cathedral ensense mu na yesi bailiff samankrata om de koma no hu se video no call viral no butu no na emu bi kra se wanya de sa na yesi bailiff no kra wo serve no nye correct court bailiff woni ba call 70 om de ni court and then wo court the plaintiff no say contempt say bailiff a serve no na atwachne etiatia so abo no nti court no en chi ni contempt yes no mu jelu ni e ka ho
That's their mind. MPP.
Nyabutre na mkama asem. Nyabutre na mmakwa wanka. Nyabutre mkama. Mpacho mkama asem netiefo netie. Enti ene okopie court no. Court say no kure oni pa akọ serve no. Yes, o man fa kwan pass no mo serve no. Enti oni for e wo bibia Nyabutre. Onye correct person, onye court belief. Say ni nyina ka ho.
But
yeah, kwan pa yes. Yeah. No, no.
It must be a
belief. Or chese nipa no koye no. Onye qualified belief.
Enya wrong. Enya wrong to say no person Solomon person ye. Me can say kwan paso a. Yes, once enya correct enya court belief no. And also enya kwan paso.
And also procedure.
Yeah, because one fa kwan paso.
Procedure say it must be a belief.
Ni nyina account because the procedure is a court belief.
Belief must be
the one. Serve nipa akono with there.
So who was
only God knows.
No.
Why should the court be able to tell you? Yes, I'm saying yes. Now can to assume. To assume yes, go to meet me at chair. Because I don't have I don't have.
Sometimes beliefs, let me the small.
Is that right?
That is not yes. And I remember the Chief Justice.
Last week I said no. Okay, Chief Justice if your
statement said from time onwards, court in Kratabiano to be served directly by the bailiff. That means I realize this most times, bailiff
money to grow and person come out established. Now the court system, judiciary who say this is the lapse and they have to work on it because for somebody who is a non-judiciary staff or judiciary officer, now your man or crap waiting access to bailiff. The Nipano. This shouldn't end there. There's somebody who was in charge, and I could be for them, and I could serve. The court should proceed to sort of unravel whose duty was it to do that.
That one I agree with you. Yeah.
This is what I was
because when the directives so.
Who you train for a purpose? That's our purpose. Who they are movies on? Yeah. Because you look at how perhaps unprofessional.
But Munja Ablakwana Ombo Ghana. The corruption is too much.
And she caught the assembly to Sinidi. Almost fa kwan pass no almost 7 and efi asem no ko Solomon Asante of the MPP, Godwin Mahama of the NDC anope and omo boy che o madwen won sema hodo atodwa. I had him saying en ebna 21st day of the month of February yedi musi Kwejo Damiado a time echi ehihie dwumedie de bremo. Nana Yalsafo eboa social media stream de maye. Eda munyina se mo amofre mo amotie dwumedie ne bi mani so papa nyame nti nanim kyerɛ mo amode messages by we appreciate. Mentimi ankan wo de afa kyɛ me. Enye brain na ya na mitimi kan. Ni nyina dos. Mfanche ochina ebia na utia in my account there so Bidin KWASI ABOAGYE DJ Fletch babechina abom nyima kopim prem to bread one time in kebioma hanam de musi ochina nkwane ahoden ho ebese nhia me call